आज एनडीएमए ने न केवल देश में आपदा प्रबंधन को एक नए मुकाम पर ले जाने में सफलता प्राप्त की है, अपितु वैश्विक स्तर पर भी अनेक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर अपनी मजबूत उपस्थिति दर्ज की है। राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण पूरे आत्मविश्वास से 2047 के विकसित भारत के स्वप्न में आपदा प्रबंधन को एक मजबूत आधार बनाने के लिए प्रयासरत होने के लिए कृत संकल्प है।
चाचा, वादियों में रहने का अलग ही मौज है। ताजी हवा, ताजे फल, मैदानी शहर वाले दोस्त बताते हैं बुरा हाल है शहरों का, हवा पानी सब जहर।
अरे तुम क्या जानो, जो दिन हमने देखे हैं। कहते हैं ना, पाँव जमीन पर मत रखो मैले हो जाएंगे। इसे हमने लागू किया है अपनी असल जिंदगी में।
मतलब कैसे?
अरे कितने महीने जमीन पर उतरते ही नहीं थे हम। डाल डाल और पात पात हरियाली थी। जब से ये इंसान आए हैं, पेड़ कटे, तब से भागना पड़ता है। ना जाने कब भूस्खलन आ जाए, नाजायज कब्जा करके खुद तो मरते हैं और हम पर भी कयामत ढाते हैं।
फिर कैसे बचते आए आज तक?
निगाह रखनी पड़ती है भैया। जहाँ ज्यादा कटाई हो, नदी नालों का पानी मटमैला लगे, चट्टानों पर दरारें आए, कटने के निशान आए, और जहाँ खड़ी चढ़ाई पर मकान बनाते देखें तो बस वहाँ से खिसक लो।
रिहायशी क्षेत्र में भारी बारिश आने के संकेत है और पहाड़ी इलाकों में चट्टान खिसकने का डर।
भूस्खलन के खतरे से कैसे बचा जाए ये हमें तो पता है, और आपको? अगर नहीं तो ध्यान दें, आपदा की जानकारी लेकर ही घर से निकलें,
क्योंकि जानकारी अच्छी तो सुरक्षा पक्की।
Irregular rainfall patterns mean flooding can happen anywhere. It is good to be prepared. Watch out for flood warnings. Listen to radio, watch TV, read newspapers. Rely only on official alerts. Use SMS to save phone battery. Keep an emergency kit ready. A first aid box, strong ropes, lantern, battery-operated torch, and extra batteries. Stock of fresh water and dry food, candles, matchbox, and kerosene. Keep all important documents in a waterproof bag. Untie cattle to ensure their safety. Locate high grounds and safe shelters. Be smart, be prepared.
चाचा, तुम्हारी जानकारी से हम दोनों की जान तो बच गई, पर ये नजारा।
जो होना था हो चुका। अब तुम इन मलबों पर चढ़ने मत लग जाना।
क्यों?
अरे नीचे कोई दबाव हो सकता है। भूस्खलन के बाद तो बहुत एहतियात बरतना चाहिए। बिजली के तार खंभों से दूर रहो, नदी कुएं का पानी पीने से बचो। जब तक आपातकालीन कर्मचारी संदेश न दें, तब तक दरार वाली जगह से भी दूर रहना चाहिए।
वाह चाचा, जानकारी तुम्हारी तगड़ी रहती है।
तो तुम्हें क्या लगता है ये बाल धूप में सफेद हुए हैं? बस किसी तरह इंसान समझ जाएं। पेड़ पौधे काटना बंद कर दें, नालियों को साफ रखें, खड़ी चढ़ाई वाली जगहों पर कूड़ा करकट ना फेंकें, तो बहुत काम हो जाए। बात तो सही है। भूस्खलन जैसे हादसों को टालने की कुंजी इंसानों के हाथ में है। जरूरत है तो जानकार बनने की। समझदार रहें, सुरक्षित रहें।
फंस गए खेत में ऐसे मौसम में, आसमान में बादल देखो लगे गरजने।
ए बच्चा पार्टी, ई का गुरु बने गा रहे हो?
श्यामलाल चाचा ने पेड़ की शरण ली। घायल हो जाओगे पेड़ पर गिरी अगर बिजली।
तो सर छुपाने की जगह ना मिले तो क्या करे?
सर छुपाने के लिए मजबूत जगह ढूंढो। कुछ ना अगर दिखे तो बन जाओ गुरु, बन जाओ गुरु।
जब भी बादल की गरज सुनाई दे और आप खुली जगह पर हों तो तुरंत ऐसे बैठ जाएं। ध्यान रखें, बिजली का खतरा धातु से बनी वस्तुओं जैसे नल, पाइप, खंभों और पानी में ज्यादा होता है, इसलिए इन सब से दूर रहें।
बाढ़ से बचने के लिए 4 दिन से हम फ्लड सेंटर में रह रहे हैं।
ये तो बता कि घर कब वापस जा सकते हैं और घर जाकर क्या सावधानी बरतनी है। ठीक है, ध्यान से सुनो। स्थानांतरण की जैसे ही हो घोषणा तो तुरंत सब सेफ शेल्टर या ऊंचे स्थान की ओर दौड़ना। जाना नहीं जहां हो बाढ़ का पानी, बिजली का खंभा, गटर या नाली। सेवन करें सब ताजा भोजन, उबला पानी, बचे बीमारी से, लगाए मच्छरदानी। साथ छूटी बातों से बच के रहना, कीटाणुनाशक छिड़कते रहना। ना बने दुस्साहसी, घर वापसी केवल तभी जब जानकारी। घर पर जांच करें बिजली के उपकरणों की, सीवर लाइन की और गटर की।
चेक
समझदार वही जो रखे तैयारी।
राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
भाइयों, भूकंप संभावित पहाड़ी क्षेत्र में लैंडस्लाइड के खतरे के बारे में आज हमें भूविज्ञानी बताएंगे।
सबसे पहली बात, कच्चे पहाड़ों पर मकान न बनाएं। पहाड़ी क्षेत्र में भारी निर्माण मिट्टी की पकड़ को ढीला करता है। ऐसे में भूकंप आने पर लैंडस्लाइड का खतरा बढ़ जाता है। इसलिए इमारतों के निर्माण के समय भूकंप से बचाव संबंधी मापदंडों का ख्याल रखना चाहिए।
और मिट्टी की पकड़ मजबूत बनाने के लिए अधिक से अधिक पेड़ लगाएं।
आपके हित में तत्पर।
Check. Can we have some more volume on the video, please? वीडियो की थोड़ी वॉल्यूम बढ़ा सकते हैं और पुनः सूचित करना चाहेंगे कुछ ही समय में माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय हमारे
जनभागीदारी से
आप सभी से निवेदन है कृपया अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें और मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड पर
भारत को आपदा प्रबंधन में आत्मनिर्भर बनाती राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण। आपदा चाहे मानव निर्मित हो या प्राकृतिक, भारत ने सालों साल जान माल का व्यापक नुकसान देखा है। दर्दनाक भोपाल गैस त्रासदी, ओडिशा में सुपर साइक्लोन, गुजरात का भयावह भूकंप या न जाने कितने ही बाढ़, भूस्खलन व अन्य आपदाएं। इन्हीं आपदाओं के संदर्भ में 1999 में गठित उच्चाधिकार समिति की सिफारिशों के अनुरूप देश में आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में अनेक कदम उठाए गए।
2003 में गुजरात स्टेट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट बनाया गया। आपदा से निपटने के लिए गुजरात इस तरह का कानून बनाने वाला देश का पहला राज्य बना। बाद में केंद्र सरकार ने गुजरात के कानून से सबक लेते हुए 2005 में पूरे देश के लिए ऐसा ही डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट बनाया।
2005 में आपदा प्रबंधन अधिनियम के तहत राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण NDMA की स्थापना से देश में आपदा प्रबंधन की एक नई संरचना का विकास हुआ।
नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी, उसके गठन का रास्ता साफ हुआ। इसी कानून ने कोरोना के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भी देश की बहुत मदद की। साथियों, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट को प्रभावी बनाने के लिए 2014 के बाद हमारे सरकार ने राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर चौतरफा काम किया है। हमने रिलीफ, रेस्क्यू, रिहेबिलिटेशन, उस पर जोर देने के साथ साथ ही रिफॉर्म पर भी बल दिया है।
राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण ने विविध आपदाओं पर 33 दिशा निर्देश जारी किए हैं और साथ ही विभिन्न आपदाओं पर मॉक ड्रिल द्वारा समुदाय एवं लोगों को समय समय पर प्रशिक्षित किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व व दूरदर्शिता में राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण ने सर्वप्रथम 2015 में हुए अंतरराष्ट्रीय मसौदे आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण हेतु सेंडाई फ्रेमवर्क के पश्चात 2016 में एक राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन योजना बनाई। साथ ही आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण पर एशियाई मंत्री स्तरीय सम्मेलन के दौरान प्रतिपादित 10 सूत्रीय एजेंडा के क्रियान्वयन द्वारा एक समावेशी आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एनडीएमए सभी भागीदारों के साथ निरंतर अग्रसर है। 2006 में एनडीआरएफ का गठन हुआ। इस बल ने प्राकृतिक या मानव निर्मित दोनों ही तरह की आपदाओं से निपटने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। ये दुनिया का भी सबसे बड़ा एकमात्र पूर्णतया आत्मनिर्भर आपदा मोचन बल है। जन भागीदारी से ही आपदा प्रबंधन सफल हो सकता है। आपदा मित्र कार्यक्रम के रूप में एनडीएमए ने महिलाओं की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में एक जन आंदोलन की तैयारी की है।
जनता के अंदर जिन लोगों में आपदा के खिलाफ लड़ने का जज्बा है, दूसरों के लिए काम करने का जज्बा है, अपनी जात को, अपनी जान को जोखिम में डालकर समाज के लोगों को बचाने का जज्बा है, उनको एकत्रित करना, उनका स्किल अपग्रेडेशन करना, उनको सारे प्रोटोकॉल से अवगत कराना, और जब आपदा आए तो किसी की भी सूचना बगैर वो रिस्पॉन्ड करे, इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था ये आपदा मित्र की सहयोग से हो सकती है।
एनडीएमए आपदा पूर्व चेतावनी और रिस्पांस के क्षेत्र में सूचना एवं संचार तंत्र के महत्व को समझते हुए एनडीएमए द्वारा सीएपी, ईआरएसएस पर योजनाओं के माध्यम से आपदा प्रबंधन को देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया गया है। एनडीएमए आधुनिकतम तकनीकों के द्वारा उच्चतम स्तर प्राप्त करने की दिशा में निरंतर अग्रसर है। एनडीएमए अपने भरसक प्रयासों से भारत को आपदा प्रबंधन में मजबूत बनाने के लिए सूक्ष्म स्तर पर नीतियों का गठन कर रही है। आपदाओं के प्रशमन और जोखिम न्यूनीकरण द्वारा ही हम भविष्य में आपदाओं के प्रभाव को न्यूनतम स्तर पर ला सकते हैं, जिसके लिए एनडीएमए ने एनसीआरएमपी से प्रारंभ कर भूकंप और भूस्खलन पर भी राष्ट्रीय कार्यक्रमों का क्रियान्वयन प्रारंभ किया है। आज एनडीएमए ने न केवल देश में आपदा प्रबंधन को एक नए मुकाम पर ले जाने में सफलता प्राप्त की है, अपितु वैश्विक स्तर पर भी अनेक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर अपनी मजबूत उपस्थिति दर्ज की है। राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण पूरे आत्मविश्वास से 2047 के विकसित भारत के स्वप्न में आपदा प्रबंधन को एक मजबूत आधार बनाने के लिए प्रयासरत होने के लिए कृत संकल्प है।
Ladies and gentlemen, may we request everyone to be seated.
Chacha.
Our chief guest has arrived at the venue, would be joining us any moment now.
वाले दोस्त बताते हैं बुरा हाल है शहरों।
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to be seated. Honorable chief guest will be joining us any moment now. He has arrived at the venue. माननीय अतिथिगण से निवेदन है, कृपया शीघ्र अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, आप किसी भी वक्त हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। वह विज्ञान भवन के प्रांगण में आ चुके हैं। पुनः निवेदन है, कृपया सभी मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड पर रखें। धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to be seated. All mobile phones kept on to silent mode. Thank you. We are expecting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Guest any moment now. May we once again request for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. पुनः निवेदन है, कृपया मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड पर ही रखें. धन्यवाद. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Suman Beriji, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Joining the Honorable Chief Guest on the dais, Shri Kamal Kishorji, Member and HOD, NDMA, Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, Member NDMA, Lieutenant General Retired Syed Aapda Hasnain Ji, Member NDMA, Shri Krishna S. Vatsaji, Member NDMA, Shri Alok Ji, Additional Secretary NDMA, and Shri Hitesh Kumar S. Makwana Ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries present on the dais. Requesting everyone to be seated, all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. And ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect for our great nation, may I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Kindly be seated. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest Shri Suman Beriji, Honorable Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, eminent dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, senior officials, respected members of NDMA, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 19th Formation Day 2023 of the National Disaster Management Authority on the theme, A Vision for Disaster Mitigation. आपदा प्रशमन की दूरदर्शी विषय पर आयोजित राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण के 19वें स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री सुमन बेरी जी, माननीय उपाध्यक्ष नीति आयोग एवं उपस्थित अतिथिगण का हार्दिक स्वागत है. The National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, headed by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, is the apex body for disaster management in India. NDMA was constituted on 30th of May 2005 by an executive order of the Government of India. The first Vice Chairman, General N.C. Vij, assumed the charge along with 3 members, Shri K.M. Singh, Professor N.B.C. Menon and Lieutenant General Dr. J.R. Bhardwaj on 28th of September 2005. And ladies and gentlemen, to mark this occasion, Formation Day of NDMA is celebrated every year on 28th of September. Nevertheless, this year, as 28th September is a public holiday, Formation Day is being celebrated today on the 27th. All the members and officers of NDMA have been proving their unwavering commitment in every challenge for the last nearly 2 decades. And as is customary, we begin every auspicious occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp, invoking the gods and goddesses, seeking their blessings for the success of all our endeavors. I have the privilege in requesting our Honorable Chief Guest and eminent dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurate the proceedings of the NDMA's 19th Formation Day celebrations. May I request you, sir, to kindly do the honors? And ladies and gentlemen, with that we have formally inaugurated the celebrations of the 19th Formation Day of NDMA. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for kindly doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion of the 19th Formation Day 2023 of National Disaster Management Authority, we are honored to have with us Shri Suman Beriji, the Honorable Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog. And may I request Shri Kamal Kishorji, Honorable Member and HOD NDMA, to kindly do the honors of welcoming and honoring our Honorable Chief Guest with a potted plant. We take this opportunity to once again thank our Honorable Chief Guest and welcome him to the celebrations. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, presiding over the affairs of the National Disaster Management Authority with dignity and success is Shri Kamal Kishorji, Honorable Member and HOD, NDMA. Shri Kamal Kishorji has worked on disaster, risk resilience and climate risk management issues for over 2 decades at the local, national and the regional global levels. I have the privilege in inviting you, sir, to kindly begin the proceedings with a welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome, sir.
Good morning and very warm welcome, Honorable Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog. Thank you for making time for being with us this morning, sir. My colleague members of NDMA, esteemed colleagues from the Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Makwana, my colleagues, additional secretaries, joint secretaries from the NDMA, colleagues, Mr. Jindal from MHA, DG of NDRF, Mr. Karwal, DG of IMD, Mr. Dr. Mahapatra, our former members of NDMA. Very nice to see you here. It's really like a family reunion. We are building on the foundations you've helped lay, and there are awardees of the Subhash Chandra Bose Aapda Prabandhan Puraskar. We have many collaborators here from different institutions, from ISRO, from Central Water Commissions, from other paramilitary forces, armed forces, our colleagues from the media, and of course the extended NDMA family. It's really a very auspicious occasion. It's our 19th Formation Day. We have completed 18 years of our existence. 18 years is a long time in an individual's life, but for an institution, it's really a speck. And I think it would be not an exaggeration to say that in these 18 years, NDMA and its extended family, including NDRF, including NIDM, I see the executive director of NIDM here as well, have really made a mark on the disaster risk management landscape. So this morning I want to put before you 3 things. This is sort of, the annual function of NDMA, so this is sort of looking back on the year that has gone by. And I think 3 things that stand out for this year in terms of our achievements, some of the progress that we've made is that we are really now, we've been talking about a paradigm shift in the country from a response-centric approach to a more proactive approach. And with the implementation of the recommendations of Finance Commission on a whole range of natural hazards, the kind of work that we are trying to do, developing large programs on all hazards, on landslides, on earthquakes, on the cyclone. We've had a program for a long time already, drought. So I think that there is really a new generation of programming that is happening in the leadership of NDMA with support from MHA, NIDM, NDRF, and other partner institutions. I think this is going to place ever new demands on the kind of work NDMA does, but more importantly, how the state disaster management authorities function. They need to have really different kinds of capacities to lead disaster mitigation work on a scale that we haven't seen in the past. So I think that's one really a clear area that has seen progress in the last 1 year. The second is, I think I should acknowledge especially the presence of the DG NDRF. I think it would be appropriate to say that in terms of our international response to disasters, we are really in a new paradigm now. I think I am one of those fortunate ones who have had the chance to look at our response to Nepal, our response to Turkey and Syria, and I think there is a qualitative change. It's NDRF, but also our Army Medical Corps teams. I mean, if I were to just give you numbers, you know, Army Medical Corps teams in Turkey treated 4,000 people who were injured by earthquake. They performed within a matter of 8 days, I think 100 major surgeries related to that. And the kind of goodwill that it generated was just tremendous. We were very well prepared to respond to Morocco. The Moroccan government did not accept or want the assistance. That's another matter. That's, of course, their decision to make, but we were quite ready with that. And the third thing is that we are still recovering from all the color and all the celebration of our engagement in the G20 process. We have really put disaster risk reduction on the agenda of G20. This is not a small achievement. Achieving consensus among all the 20 members of G20. And really, I mean, that in the global policy discourse, it really represents some sort of a mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction in the global development discourse. There are a lot of expectations from not just NDMA, but for the nation as a whole about the kind of role we should be playing on the global stage in making the planet safer from disasters and the impacts of climate change. So it has been a year, very busy year. We've had some very extraordinary disasters as well. In the spirit of working with states, we've done the kinds of PDNs we haven't known before. We've brought a certain level of rigor into how we do assessment of post-disaster needs for recovery. So I think all of these things are very encouraging. There's a lot of work before us, and that work cannot happen if we do not partner effectively with states and union territories, and also with other development sectors, other ministries and departments of Government of India. And it is in this spirit that we thought it will be very important to hear from the Honorable Vice Chairman about where he sees the role of disaster risk management in the overall scheme of things as the country charts a new era of development and taking us towards being a developed country by 2047. We are in the Amrit Kal, so we have to deliver on the ambition and on the vision that Prime Minister has laid out before us. With that, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those kind words of welcome. स्वागत भाषण के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। और एनडीएमए के अथक प्रयासों से आज इस शुभ अवसर पर कई दस्तावेजों का नीति आयोग के माननीय उपाध्यक्ष श्री सुमन बेरी जी द्वारा शुभारंभ करने का हमें अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। Ladies and gentlemen, on its 17th Formation Day, NDMA unveiled the upscaling of Aapda Mitra scheme, a scheme that aims to train 1 lakh community volunteers across the country. The scheme has made a significant impact on the community-based disaster management canvas of India. This has been possible only due to the deep foresight of our leaders, rigorous training of the volunteers, equipping them with professional emergency responder kit, and providing them the life and medical insurance. A short video has been prepared to depict their transformation from a layman to a skilled and responsible disaster responder, and also on their recent achievements. Today, on this auspicious occasion, we would like to request the Honorable Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, Shri Suman Beri ji, to kindly do the honors of launching the short video on upscaling of Aapda Mitra scheme by clicking on the remote.
लगभग 140 करोड़ की आबादी वाला ये विशाल देश भौगोलिक विविधताओं से भरा हुआ है। देश में कहीं न कहीं प्राकृतिक या मानव जनित आपदा होने की संभावना बनी रहती है। देश में बाढ़, चक्रवात, सुनामी, भूस्खलन, हिमस्खलन और भूकंप बार बार आने वाली घटनाएं रही हैं। तो कौन है वो जो संकट की इस घड़ी में सबसे पहले हमारे संकट मोचक साबित हो रहे हैं? कौन है वो जो आपदा में घटना स्थल पर सबसे पहले पहुंचकर राज्य एवं जिला प्रशासन के साथ मिलकर हर तरह से त्वरित सहायता पहुंचाते हैं? ये हैं हमारे आपदा मित्र और आपदा सखी, जो देश के कोने कोने में अपनी उपस्थिति बनाए हुए हैं और किसी भी आपदा की स्थिति में बाहरी सहायता पहुंचने तक जरूरतमंद लोगों को सबसे पहले यथासंभव मदद पहुंचाते हैं। राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण (NDMA) द्वारा संचालित आपदा मित्र की पायलट परियोजना में देश के बाढ़ प्रभावित 30 जिलों में 6000 स्वयं सेवकों को तैयार किया गया। इस प्रोजेक्ट की सफलता के साथ ही 28 सितंबर 2021 को माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने आपदा मित्र संवर्धन योजना का शुभारंभ किया।
कितना भी हम व्यवस्था कर ले, पहुंचने में 1 घंटा, 2 घंटा, 3 घंटा इतने बड़े देश के अंदर लगना बड़ा स्वाभाविक। कुछ सेकंडों में रिस्पॉन्ड अगर आपदा को करना है तो वो देश की जनता ही कर सकती है, समाज ही कर सकता है और गांव-गांव में ट्रेन आपदा मित्र ही कर सकते हैं।
भारत में भूकंप, चक्रवात, भूस्खलन और बाढ़ की आशंका वाले 350 बहु आपदा संवेदनशील जिलों में अब तक 1 लाख स्वयं सेवकों को प्रशिक्षित किया जा चुका है। किसी भी दुर्घटना या आपदा के दौरान ये आपदा मित्र और आपदा सखी दूर दराज के इलाकों में अपनी त्वरित सहायता प्रदान करते हैं। इन आपदा मित्रों को अपने इलाकों की गहराई से जानकारी होती है, साथ ही इन्हें वहां की स्थानीय चुनौतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है, जिससे वे आपदाओं से अधिक व्यावहारिक तरीके से निपट सकें। आपदा के समय अपनी जान पर खेलकर लोगों की जान बचाने वाले इन प्रशिक्षित स्वयं सेवकों के लिए एक आपदा सुरक्षा किट के साथ साथ इनके लिए सरकार की ओर से जीवन और चिकित्सा बीमा का भी प्रावधान किया गया है। आपदा मित्रों की उपलब्धता से सामुदायिक स्तर पर बेहतर प्रतिक्रिया क्षमता और प्रशिक्षण क्षमता में सुधार हुआ है। जोखिम प्रबंधन में महिला स्वयं सेवकों की अधिक भागीदारी और नेतृत्व को भी प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है। जन जन तक पहुंचने और आपदा की स्थिति में भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण (NDMA) द्वारा निकट भविष्य में NCC, NSS, NYKS और भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड्स में शामिल 2,50,000 युवा स्वयं सेवकों की टीम तैयार करने के लिए एक योजना भी प्रस्तावित है। स्थानीय स्तर पर आपदा मित्र और आपदा सखी हैं हमारे भरोसेमंद साथी, जो हर दम हैं किसी भी जोखिम से निपटने को तैयार।
NDMA की आपदा मित्र जैसी स्कीम से युवा आगे आ रहे हैं, यानी जन भागीदारी बढ़ रही है। कहीं कोई आपदा आती है तो लोग विक्टिम नहीं रहते, वो वॉलेंटियर्स बनकर आपदा का मुकाबला करते हैं।
आपदा मित्र, आपका मित्र।
Thank you very much indeed. The Aapda Mitra scheme is one of our unprecedented initiative by the Government of India to empower the first responders in case of a disaster. The scheme hinges on the spirit of volunteerism and celebrates the spirit of our Aapda Mitra volunteers. On this day, 2 years since the scheme's launch, we attempt to showcase the successful implementation of the scheme and recognize the Aapda Mitra volunteers for their commitment, courage and selflessness towards making society disaster resilient. To bring to the fore the very concept of the scheme as also the achievements made by the Aapda Mitra volunteers, we would now request Honorable Chief Guest to kindly release the booklet on Aapda Mitra titled Aapda Mitra Sankalpna Evam Uplabdhiyan, Key Concept and Achievements. Thank you very much indeed. And we would like to inform everyone that this booklet will be available for free distribution for all our guests present here with us today. We request you all to kindly collect your copy from outside the lobby area. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, NDMA prepared 4 psychosocial care training modules with the help of National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience. These are psychosocial first aid, psychosocial care in disasters, psychosocial preparedness, and disaster mental health services. We now request the Honorable Chief Guest to kindly release the NDMA training modules on psychosocial care in disaster. And let's put our hands together on the release of the psychosocial NDMA training modules. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, the contents of Hospital Disaster Management Plan Manual have been prepared keeping in mind all the stakeholders in a hospital setting across multiple levels, including the leaders, assessors, doctors, and frontline staff, being nurses, paramedics, ward boys, security staff, and also the ambulance staff. And it seeks to empower these stakeholders to address the hospital's safety through a multi-hazard and interdisciplinary approach. The manual has been reviewed by several experts of IIM Ahmedabad and supported by NDMA. The training modules have following components: Module 1, HDM Basic; Module 2, HDM Intermediate; HDM Advanced, HDM Assessor, and the technical content including classroom instructions for the trainers. We would now request the Honorable Chief Guest to kindly release the NDMA training module on hospital disaster management. अस्पताल आपदा प्रबंधन पर NDMA का प्रशिक्षण मॉड्यूल. We thank the Honorable Chief Guest on releasing the booklet. We would now request the Honorable Chief Guest to kindly do the honors of releasing the Compendium of Traditional Earthquake Resilient Construction Practices. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together on the release of the Compendium of Traditional Earthquake Resilient Construction Practices by all our dignitaries present here on the dais. We thank you, sir, for kindly doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to announce the winners of the quiz competition organized by the National Disaster Management Authority as a part of our ongoing efforts to raise awareness and promote disaster management in our nation. NDMA conducted awareness and promotional activities from 22nd of August 2023 to 21st of September 2023 on MyGov platform. These were First, the pledge, responsible citizen in action, our promise for disaster preparedness, and a quiz competition on prepare to prevail disaster IQ test your preparedness skills. And finally, we also had a poster making activity, artful preparedness preparations poster competition for promoting the disaster preparedness, disaster resilience and management. And ladies and gentlemen, today we are proud to announce that approximately 20,000 participants took place in all these competitions. We would now request the Honorable Chief Guest to kindly do the honors of presenting the awards. May I request you, sir, to kindly step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, our quiz competition was designed to challenge participants' knowledge of disaster preparedness, response and recovery after rigorous rounds of quizzing. We are delighted to announce the winners. And the third place, with their exceptional grasp of disaster management concepts, we have the third winner, Mr. Vidit Kumar, a class 9 student at Jhajjar, Haryana. Ladies and gentlemen, I was also told he's missing his exam to be here today to receive this great honor. Let's once again put our hands together for him. And securing the second position and displaying remarkable expertise in disaster-related topics, we applaud Ms. Anushka Seni, who is a class 10 student from DAV Centenary School, Paschim Vihar, New Delhi. Congratulations to you. And finally, emerging as the champion of our quiz competition with an outstanding demonstration of his knowledge is Mr. Manoj Kumar, who is pursuing his master's in computer applications from IGNOU and is currently an NYKS volunteer in New Delhi. Let's put our hands together for the winner. And we thank you, sir, for kindly doing the honors. You may kindly take your seat, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we once again congratulate all the quiz competition winners, and a cash prize of rupees 5,000, rupees 3,000 and rupees 2,000 respectively will be transferred to all the winners. On the other hand, our poster making competition allowed participants to express their creativity and visual storytelling skills in raising awareness about the disaster management. The entries were received under review, and winners of the poster making competition will be announced soon. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have with us Shri Suman Beruji, the Honorable Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, who in the rank and status of a cabinet minister is an experienced policy economist and research administrator. Shri Beruji, after serving at the World Bank for 28 years, served as the chief economist of the oil and gas super major Royal Dutch Shell based in Hague, Netherlands. He is a global fellow in the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C., and a non-resident fellow of Brussels-based think tank Bruegel. He was the former Director General of National Council of Applied Economic Research and the former Indian Country Director of International Growth Center. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege in inviting Sir to guide and motivate us with his words of wisdom. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Members and staff of NDMA, Director General of NDRF, Director General of IMD, Additional Secretary, MHA, Executive Director of NIDM, colleagues from the Government of India, representatives from state disaster management authorities, ladies and gentlemen, I would at the outset, like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Kamal Kishore, Member Secretary, NDMA, for inviting me to be present with all of you on the occasion of the 19th Formation Day of the institution. And I must start by congratulating all the present and past members, officials and staff of MDMA who have helped the institution achieve so many milestones over the last 18 years, but also to acknowledge what a productive and important year is just coming to an end. You know better than me that NDMA has played a pivotal role in strengthening the disaster risk management in our country, along with its dedicated team of experts and, as we saw today, volunteers. The institution has worked tirelessly to develop comprehensive disaster management policies, strategies, and frameworks. It has championed the cause of disaster risk reduction, capacity building, and community resilience. And in my remarks, I'm going to go beyond the activities of the NDMA to reflect a little bit on what one means by community resilience, because that is really, in a sense, where Niti Aayog, and particularly Niti Aayog's relationship with states, with districts, and as you will see in the publicity that has now started to emerge with blocks, that really is where Niti Aayog needs to take on board the findings and the expertise of the NDMA. The authority has been instrumental in fostering a culture of preparedness and inculcating a sense of responsibility among all stakeholders, from the grassroots to the highest levels of government. And let me just say for myself, I've been in this role about 16 months, and it has been, as it were, the kind and polite engagement with Shri Kishore that has helped me to engage with the importance and scale of what NDMA does and the importance of it. And so it was, from that point of view, an easy decision for me to agree to be the chief guest at the Foundation Day. As you know, but I will still repeat it, that the NDMA has embraced the latest advancements in technology, established early warning systems, and promoted research and innovation in disaster management. As Sri Kishore mentioned, over the course of India's G20 presidency, NDMA has played a crucial role in the discussions on disaster preparedness, with a focus on knowledge sharing, promoting resilience, capacity building, data sharing, research and innovation, public-private partnerships, support for vulnerable countries, climate change adaptation, and pandemic preparedness. Now, the theme for today's celebration, a vision for disaster mitigation, encapsulates the core mission of NDMA and resonates with our national aspiration to build a safer, more resilient India. Disaster mitigation is not merely a catchphrase, it's an imperative that defines our commitment to protecting the lives and livelihoods of our citizens. If I could be permitted a slight personal digression here from my prepared remarks, it was mentioned by the compere that I had the privilege and the good fortune of serving as the chief economist of Royal Dutch Shell at a time when its headquarters were in The Hague. They have now moved to London. And living in the Netherlands for 4 years really is an object lesson in how disaster preparedness, effective disaster preparedness, can turn a vulnerable country into one of the richest countries of Europe. And what do I mean by that? I mean that, frankly, there's no real reason why the Netherlands should be different from Bangladesh. They are both, as it were, deltas at the end of a large river, subject to storm surges from the North Sea, and yet patiently working on a whole range of devices, including early warning systems, flood protection, financial instruments. They have managed to transcend the limitations of nature. They're not in a seismic zone, although they have created their own as a result of being over-eager in exploiting the gas of Groningen. I just want to say that, that the journey to Viksit Bharat does imply resilience in the face of multiple shocks, and this is even before we come to the challenges of adaptation. So I just wanted to say that this is not a so-called nice to have on the journey to development. It is integral and essential, and I'm very proud that both the NDMA and I report up to the Honorable Prime Minister, because this is very much his vision as well, which is to equip Indians everywhere with the sense of confidence in their ability to continue their lives in the face of natural disasters, and that is an integral part of what Niti Aayog is also engaged in. I have just returned from the Sustainable Development Summit in New York, and that additionally made it clear that investment in disaster and climate resilience is essential if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, quite from our own national goals of Viksit Bharat in 2047. Let me start, though, by, given the close link between disasters and development, let me share some additional thoughts with you this morning. But we have already had a review from the Executive Director, but let me myself recount a few important achievements of the last few years. First, we have significantly reduced the lives in certain types of disasters. Since the Odisha super cyclone of 1999, we have reduced the loss of lives from cyclones by almost 98%. We share the Bay of Bengal with Myanmar, and I don't think that they have been quite as successful as we have through a range of initiatives in achieving the same outcomes. So social organization is fundamental in these outcomes. In fact, during the recent cyclone, Biparjoy, there were 0 deaths. We have an effective end-to-end early warning and early action system, which enables communities, local governments, state governments, and the central government to work together seamlessly to respond to imminent cyclones. I'm not entirely clear, as it were, what the links are between NDMA, NDRF, but what I do know as a sort of a student of economic and political history is that it was the joint reaction to the, was it 2006 tsunami that laid the foundations for what has now become the Quad. So again, disasters can bring people together as well as threatening lives. Even during COVID-19, when many of our important assets, such as oxygen-producing units, were in the way of an impending cyclone, the system responded successfully. And what underpins this success? It is remarkable improvements in our early warning systems for almost all weather-related disasters, drought, flood, lightning, heat wave, cold wave, cyclone. We now take the system for granted, but it is an outcome of years of hard work by multiple institutions and individuals. Second, one of the most important achievements of our disaster management system particularly in disaster response, has been that it has won the trust and respect of the citizens. When a national disaster response force team arrives, communities feel reassured. This trust and respect has been earned through hard work, whether it is more than 800 mock exercises carried out by NDMA or the rigorous training of NDRF personnel. Further, the do's and don'ts disseminated by NDMA and SDMAs through traditional broadcast media, social media, and print media have led to a more informed citizenry, and I scarcely need to say that the ubiquitous presence of cell phones is now providing a very, very powerful tool for the dissemination of advanced intelligence. In many cases, local people now sound the first early warning, and people in urban areas are now gradually beginning to demand earthquake-resistant houses. As a resident of Delhi, I did feebly ask our builder to ensure that we were seismically protected. Whether we are or not remains a matter of some doubt to me. These are all positive signs. Over the last 15 years, we have witnessed the professionalization of disaster risk management in the country. More than 24 institutions, I'm told, now offer higher degree courses in disaster risk management. Other disciplines, engineering, social sciences, are also incorporating disaster risk management related courses in their academic offering, and I was very pleased to see that the psychosocial trauma so the mental trauma dimensions of disasters are now also beginning to be brought into the toolkit. Now the youth of the country can pursue disaster risk management as a chosen vocation and acquire a high level of skills and knowledge in this increasingly important area. If I could just return to, as it were, my references to the Netherlands, all of this tends to operate in the background when you live in a developed country. I was in the US at the World Bank for 25 years, 4 years in Holland. But it is thrilling and exciting to see these structures come into being before one's very eyes. And so, again, it is a great privilege for me to be able to see, as it were, the shock troops, if I could call you that, of this revolution. Fourth, we are making use of the latest technology for disaster risk management, space-based technologies where, India's leadership is now becoming apparent, to monitor cyclones and other weather patterns. Modern communication technology for implementing what I talked about, the Common Alerting Protocol, and advanced telemetry for flood forecasting, although I believe that we are still a little behind the frontier. There's a thriving innovation ecosystem in the country for supporting disaster risk management, and maps for all the major natural hazards are available on digital platforms. The National Cyclone Risk Mitigation has developed web-based tools for disaster risk analysis in all coastal states. And fifth, and I'm particularly aware of this, we are increasingly focused on building resilient infrastructure. India is among the first countries in the world to recognize the need for disaster and climate resilient infrastructure. Our call for a global coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure has received widespread international support, and I was privileged to be a member of an advisory group supervising the imminent publication of a biannual report by the CDRI, trying to quantify, as it were, the benefits and risks involved in improving infrastructure. We are looking at grey infrastructure, roads, bridges, airports, seaports, railroads, and green infrastructure or nature-based solutions, mangroves, wetlands, water bodies. And let me just say that the latter is something that is very close to the Honorable Prime Minister's heart, which is all part of his general theme that there are traditional responses that we must not lose sight of, be it in architecture, be it in flood protection, which we have perhaps neglected, but which can again be powerful in restoring safety and reducing vulnerability. We have championed, in addition to championing the cause of disaster risk reduction at home, we are also proactive internationally, and indeed a very important mandate from the Honorable Prime Minister is that we build on the G20 declaration to, as it were, take forward globally some of the initiatives there. And as Mr. Kishore mentioned, beside establishing CDRI 4 years ago, we constituted the first ever G20 working group on disaster risk reduction this year. Finally, in conclusion, I would like to make 3 main points. First, and this is of particular importance, as I've already said to Niti Aayog, India grows when its states grow. India suffers when its states suffer. So much of what needs to be done is about building the disaster risk capacities of our states and union territories, and equally, making sure that there are platforms for best practice to become common practice, while acknowledging that the geographic diversity of this country means that coastal states face different hazards from northeastern states, earthquake-bound states, but a platform must exist for best practice to be disseminated, and while that is no doubt NDMA, Niti Aayog perhaps could be a partner in this. Second, the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission create unparalleled opportunities for comprehensive action in the area of disaster management, because we now have funding available for disaster mitigation, disaster risk reduction. NDMA must do everything it can to support states, but it's no secret that we will be approaching the terms of reference of a 16th Finance Commission probably before the end of this year, and therefore what we have learnt along the way could be brought into the terms of reference or the draft terms of reference of the 16th Finance Commission. Corollary of this focus on the states is that high-risk districts in all states must have a special program of support for disaster mitigation, and perhaps NDMA and NITI can work together in setting benchmarks of disaster resilience at the district level. As some of you would know, our aspirational districts program has been a huge success, but I don't believe that disaster resilience is one of the KPIs there, but maybe we could work together on thinking of that. And as we saw in the various volumes I was asked to release, it is important for NDMA to work closely with all other development sectors, because, to repeat what I've already said, this is not what the English call an add-on or a bolt-on extra. This is fundamental to our development journey for what it does to make sure that the investments of the past are not washed away, and that resilience at the household level is protected, which is where various kinds of financial support schemes come into it. But health, education, water resources, power, urban development do not happen in a vacuum. The ever-burgeoning urban areas and smart cities also require disaster risk mitigation planning. And if we want to move beyond saving lives to saving livelihoods and reducing economic losses, we must collaborate across sectors. And finally, we must formulate a futuristic technology strategy. We have been extremely successful in bringing what I might call silicon technologies into government activity during the during the NDA government. The new frontier, as you all know, is AI. And so for India to become a pioneer in using AI for development purposes, I think is a journey for the future. But given how much NDMA has achieved, and given the dynamism in its leadership, I have no doubt that here too we will be trailblazers. Thank you for your time and attention, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your insightful address, your words of encouragement highlighting the achievements of disaster risk management in the country. We would now like to request Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, member NDMA, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. आपसे निवेदन है उद्घाटन सत्र के समापन धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के साथ करें।
Good morning. Greetings to everyone present here, including our distinguished guests and all the participants. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to all the honorable dignitaries present in this social occasion. I'd like to begin by extending my most sincere and deepest thanks to Sri Suman Beri, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, for taking time out from his busy schedule to be with us. We are deeply grateful to your presence and valuable insight that you shared with us. Sir, your time and energy are greatly appreciated. Your words of inspiration and encouragement on this special day will act as a beacon of light and guide us in all our future endeavors. I would like to thank our former members for obliging us, being with us for this day, and we will continue to benefit under your expert guidance. My special thanks to Shri Hitesh Makwana ji, Additional Secretary, MHA, Disaster Management, and Shri Sanjeev Jindal ji, JSDM MHA, for gracing the occasion. My heartfelt gratitude to Sri Atul Karwarji, DG NDRF, Dr. Mahapatra, DG IMD, and Sri Rajendra Ratnu, ED, NIDM, and all our guests from NIDM, NDRF, and IMD for their unflinching support. The dynamic presence of our colleagues from these institutions has added real value to our celebrations, and we are truly grateful. I would like to thank all the panelists, delegates, and guests of NDMA who graciously accepted our invitation and took out their valuable time to be here today. We value and cherish your support. My deepest appreciation to all the SDMAs who have made a huge effort to be here with us on this important occasion. We count on you as our most efficient and reliable partners, and we look forward to great collaboration and cooperation with you in becoming a disaster-free and disaster-resilient country. My sincere thanks to all the civil societies and all NGOs who have come with us, who are working with us day and night, and for coming and gracing the occasion. My special thanks to all the media personnel for gracing and covering this event. Last but not the least, I would like to extend my wholehearted and sincere appreciation to all my colleague members, Dr. Krishna Vas, Shri Kamal Kishore ji, Janalata Snen ji, and special thanks to all our senior officers, Alok ji, Rijvi, Shri Kunal ji, Harsh, Shashi, and Ravnesh ji who have worked relentlessly to make this 19th Formation Day celebration such a great success. I would acknowledge that this wouldn't have been successful without your help and support. Let's continue with the good work always. Once again, I thank you all your kind presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Sri Rajendra Singh ji. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again taking this opportunity to thank our Honorable Chief Guest for sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion, I invite all our guests to kindly join us for high tea, which is being served on the ground floor at the atrium. I would request all the senior officials, respected members of NDMA, NIDM, NDRF, all our respected former vice chairmen, awardees of Subhash Chandra Bose Aapda Prabandhan Puraskar are requested to kindly join the Honorable Chief Guest in the VIP lounge on the ground floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all our guests, while they proceed towards the ground floor for the high tea, to kindly take care of your belongings. We would request you not to leave them on the seats here. And please enjoy your hot cup of tea and coffee and join us back in time for technical session 1, which will commence sharp at 11:15 a.m. Thank you. Please enjoy the tea and be back in time.
I will give you a call, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Are we audible? Hello. Can you hear me, Dr. Shekhar?
Yes, I can.
Can you please continue?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, just a question.
Can you
share the
Yeah, you can share your
presentation
PPT. You can share your PPT from there, your side.
Okay, so that's a confusion. I now have to download it. Or just hold on.
कैसे क्या है? डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे बात है भाई।
जीत के आगे डर है।
जाओ उसके बारे में बुलवा दो।
बोलता हूँ।
Kelkamo?
Yes, you are well audible. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being back in time. May we request everyone to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed your hot cup of tea and coffee. And now we are all set to roll out with the proceedings of our technical session 1. May we request everyone to be seated, please? And once again requesting for all mobile phones to be kept onto silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated, please. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings. I would like to welcome on stage, joining the dais, our eminent speakers. I invite Shri D.C. Ranaji, Secretary SDMA, Himachal Pradesh. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Nagrale, SDO, Raigarh, Maharashtra. Warm welcome to you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome our third eminent speaker who is joining us virtually. Can we have him on the screen, please? We welcome Dr. Shekhar L. Kuriakose, Member Secretary, SDMA, Kerala. He is joining us virtually online. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have the proud privilege of welcoming our distinguished chair and moderator for the session, Shri Krishna S. Vastaji, Member NDMA, and Shri Saif Hassan Rizviji, Advisor, who will be co-chairing this session. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Technical Session 1 on Landslide Mitigation and Discussions on National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program. The National Landslide Risk Mitigation Programs work at the community level to introduce various types of structural and non-structural mitigation measures against an increasing level of landslide risk in the mountainous regions of the country. Along with the launch, the following steps will be discussed in this session. setting up the implementation arrangements at the national and state levels, developing an ME&E framework for the law program, sharing the program with the disaster management community, informing the media about the objectives and scope of the program. Representatives of state governments of Himachal Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Kerala have been invited to make presentations related to their best practices and experience in landslide mitigation. And ladies and gentlemen, the time duration for the session is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening remarks by the chair and co-chair and presentations by eminent speakers for 10 minutes each, which will be followed by question and answers if the time permits. But before I hand over to our distinguished chair, I would request you, sir, Shri Vatsat sir, to kindly do the honors of welcoming with a potted plant Shri D.C. Ranaji, Secretary SDMA, Himachal Pradesh. Thank you very much indeed. And I would request Shri Safi Hassan Rizvi ji to kindly welcome our eminent speaker, Shri Mr. Neralaji. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. I now hand over the session to our distinguished chairperson and moderator, Shri Krishna S. Vatsaji, Honorable Member, NDMA. Over to you, sir, to kindly carry forward the proceedings with your opening remarks and to kindly moderate the session.
Thank you very much. Thanks. A very good morning to all of you, and it's an honor and privilege that we are here with all the distinguished guests to this important day for the NDMA. We have just had our ceremonial part of the Foundation Day's function, and now we are back to what we do day in and day out, that is dealing with the hazards and disasters. As part of our responsibilities, we are working on a specific hazards, and landslides in recent times has acquired very serious dimensions. At one time, it used to be a minor kind of a hazard, but today, thanks to the climate change, heavy precipitation, and cloud bursts, the landslide occurrences have become far more frequent, they are far more destructive, and they are also difficult to predict in terms of the area and the locality. In recent times, we have seen how Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand have been affected. In Uttarakhand, the entire town, Joshimath, has been seriously affected by landslides. Himachal Pradesh must have witnessed more than 500 landslide events, but we also have seen the increasing impact of landslides in Western Ghat states, which include Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Kerala. So we have organized this session where we are bringing together some of the state-level experiences of dealing with landslides. We have 3 presentations today, one from Himachal Pradesh, the other from Maharashtra, and finally from Kerala. The Kerala presentation is online. So I request all the presenters here to be just brief and let us know what exactly happened, how you dealt with the situation, how you plan to deal with it on a long-term basis. This is about hearing the state-level experiences, but it's also very important for us to organize a national-level response. And we have developed a national landslide risk mitigation program, It is in the final stage of approval. It is not yet approved, but we would like to highlight here some of the salient points of the program. This is a program that we plan to implement across all the states which are prone to landslides. And I think that would give us a very good idea of how the NDMA is engaging with some of the emerging challenges of climate change and of those disasters which have acquired much greater frequency and severity in recent times. So with that introduction, I begin with Himachal Pradesh. I invite Mr. D.C. Rana. He is an old friend. He has been working in disaster management for a long time. And I request him to make a short presentation on the landslides in Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected Shri Krishna S. Vats, Honorable Member and Co-Chair of the session, Shri Safi Ahsan Rizvi, who is the advisor, Honorable members of the NDMA who are present here, distinguished delegates. I have a lot of slides, but I'll focus on only a few points on which I would like to highlight. As we know, Himachal is highly prone to landslides. If we look at the map of Himachal, sir, this is clicked in 1998 and shows the geography of Himachal, starting from Shivaliks to mid Himalayas, outer Himalayas and high Himalayas. MBT, MCT passes through Himachal and they cause a lot of shaking, which also triggers landslides. If we look at landslide prone area of Himachal, which was prepared by BMTC way back 20-30 years earlier, so the state is prone to very severe to very high degree of landslide. We also did some sort of exercise, and Chamba, Kangra, Kullu, Shimla, Sirmaur, these are highly prone to landslide, but during this monsoon we saw that many other districts are also prone to the landslide incidences. We all are aware of the natural and anthropogenic causes of landslide. And if we look at the type of landslide which we experience in Himachal, one is creep kind of landslide. Number two is mud and debris flow. Three is rock falls. Four is planar failure and sinking areas. Sinking area, something which we witnessed in a large scale this time, not seen in the past. If you look at some of the prominent landslide, this was a landslide triggering blockage of river and formation of lake. This happened in Laol Spiti. Solda earthquake, Solda landslide, this happened in October 2013, when monsoon was not in operation in this state, and a huge chunk of the area of the agricultural land was totally destroyed. This is supposed to be triggered by tectonic movement. This is currently very active landslide. Everybody of us is aware of what happened in Kotrupi in 2017, where 2 buses were totally taken away by the landslide, killing around 50 people. Lugarpati, 1995, 65 people were buried alive. Most of them were school children when they were going to schools. Bodhrini, this happened last monsoon, landslide triggered by heavy rainfall, killing more than 5 people. So if you look at the current disaster, we have faced a disaster, huge disaster. The losses have crossed more than 9,000 crores. What I want to highlight is that we lost 113 people because of landslide this year, which is highly unprecedented. Many people died inside their homes, which were supposed to be safe, but landslide killed many. We have experienced many land subsidence cases. As per one data which we have tabulated, more than 200 villages have sunk to various degrees. displacing around 11,000 plus people and affecting around 2,000 plus families. So land sinking is something which has happened in large scale. These are the pictures you must have seen in the national media. These are from Shimla. One is the Shiv temple where we lost, unfortunately, 20 people. The site was not that risky. It was a stable site, no history of landslide, and the site was just below the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies. It was believed that when the Indian Advanced Studies was constructed some 100 years plus ago, some debris might have been dumped along the ridge, which I think triggered the landslides. Now these are pictures from different districts. I will just like to move quickly. We launched large-scale search and rescue efforts because tourist season was in peak when the monsoon struck. Even we experienced snowfall and more than 300 plus tourists were struck in Chandratal area, which is high altitude lake. So if we used space technology in a large scale this time, Kullu experienced huge floods, so space technology was used to identify locations where buildings were totally washed away. And we were able to identify landslides which were triggered during this monsoon. I would specifically like to highlight some of the landslides which were not there, but then monsoon triggered them. Particularly, sir, as on today, Nigul Seri is a place in Keynote, and the road was totally washed away. The district remained cut off for more than 10 days, and with great effort, the restoration could take place. You can see at the top picture before the landslide and bottom the landslide which was triggered. So we use the space technology to identify this. And on the right side, top is the Chakki Mode. It is a main national highway linking Mandi with Kullu and Lahaul Spiti districts. So you can also see that we were able to identify through the use of space technology as what has happened there. So these are another districts, other places from Mandi, Sirmaur areas where the landslide were not there, but during the monsoon landslide happened. We mapped all the landslide on GIS platform, and we could see there was a clear link between the triggering of the landslide with the rainfall. You can see we experienced excessive rainfall, and the districts where the rain was more, the landslide were also in large number. Sir, if we look at the effort which the state government has made for landslide mitigation, we were the second state after Gujarat to conduct a detailed hazard risk and vulnerability assessment way back in 2015, and we were able to take into account all the studies, prepare a hazard risk and vulnerability atlas for all hazards, including landslide. We also worked with IIT Mandi and put in place around 39 landslide early warning systems which were localized. We have a mixed experience of their working and their effectiveness. With the help of GIS, we were able to document around 17,000 plus vulnerable spots, mostly on the national highway. We have been conducting training and capacity building programs. As per the guidelines issued by the NDMA and MHA, we have formed our TACs and PACs for appraising the proposals being received under landslide mitigation. In the year 2021, the state experienced large-scale deaths because of landslide, particularly in Kinnaur area. So we have constituted one expert group in which 17 experts from 13 different states, they are member of that expert group, and we are now actively engaged in discussing with them and working out mitigation strategies for the state. We are in the process of finalizing one EAP with the AFD where landslide mitigation will be one of the key components. These are our notification for PACs and TACs as per the mitigation guidelines. Sir, we did detailed geotechnical and other investigation with the GSI in 12 landslides which got triggered in 2021 monsoon in Keynote district. Since we experienced large-scale landslides this time, so we have engaged 7 institutions who are doing the preliminary assessment for the reasons and causes of landslide, and thereafter we will go in for detailed investigation of selected landslide and prepare the mitigation plan. For Shimla, we constituted a specific task force which visited all the sites, because in Shimla we experienced more than 30 deaths in town itself, which were not a common phenomenon. And recommendation have come, so we are taking action on the recommendation. Besides, we are engaging GSI to do detailed investigation of the area. Following the templates which the Government of India, MHA, NDMA has given, so we have prepared the DPRs, we have sanctioned project for landslide mitigation also. So work is actually now happening on the ground. We are now, because there is a huge challenge in preparing the DPR. We have involved the technical institutions like CBRI, NITTR, Chandigarh, and other institutions, but the volume of work is huge. So we are also in the process of engaging some agencies which can prepare DPR for the state. We have held 2 meetings of the PACs, and we have received large number of PPRs for landslide mitigation. So there is a huge requirement for landslide mitigation in the state. But DPR is the huge challenge, and I think in the times to come, we will be able to overcome this challenge also. In TAC meetings, we received 6 DPRs for mitigation and worth 61 crore. There are certain observations, but we will cross that barrier also. So that's all from my side, sir. Thank you so much.
I think Mr. Rana has given a very good account of the kind of the scale of the risk that the state is facing, as well as the kind of preparedness and mitigation measures that the state government has undertaken. There is a lot to learn from the mitigation programs that are being initiated in the state. Thank you very much for that informative presentation. I now request the government of Maharashtra, he is the SDM Karjat, and can you just tell me your name, please?
Ajit Nairade.
Ajit Nairade, yeah. So there was a huge landslide in Maharashtra in Raigad district. I visited that recently. 85 people died, and all the tribal village, and they were located high up in the hills, and in the midst of very, very heavy rainfall, the hill collapsed and the people died, and most of them are buried there underneath, and their dead bodies also could not be taken out. Again, a very devastating, very experience overall. So I will request Mr. Nair to make a short presentation on the landslide incident. Thank you.
Honorable sirs, participants and colleagues, I am very junior to many of you in services also. It is my honor to present my experience in Irshalwadi mishap. I have the opportunity to work as incident commander there at the site. I will share some of my experience at that site. Firstly, I have to draw attention to the locality or the area of that mishap incident. Firstly, that an area.
I mean, if you can speak in Hindi as well, so there is no problem.
Yes, sir. The area is located between Western Ghat and Arabian Sea. So there is the heavy rainfall, and the landslide prone area is there. So area, the highest altitude is 766 meter above mean sea level. Sahyadri Mountains on east and Arabian Sea on west. in this area 3,148 is average rainfall, and 3 villages which are landslide prone, and 136 villages from this district are flood prone area. Raigad district is has faced many of the calamities before. In June 2020, Nisarg cyclone has faced by Raigad district and 6 casualties were there. In July 2021, 38 landslide in Mahar Tahsil at Raigad district, 98 casualties due to landslide. And in July 2023, Irshalwadi, that falls under my jurisdiction in Raigad district, Khalapur Tahsil, we have 84 casualties there. The main reason for the landslide, according to me, is that that incident happened on 19th of July. Before that, on 17th, 161 millimeter, on 18th, 231 millimeter, on 19th, 213 millimeter, on 20th July, the rainfall is 220 millimeter. So that there was very difficulties in mitigation, in operation to rescue operation also. Let's have a glance at Irshalwadi. The location is 3,700 feet from mean sea level. The climate, as I previously told, that average rainfall is 3,150 mm, and maximum temperature, here is typing mistake, that is up to 43 degrees Celsius. Population of that Irshalwadi, that is a small hamlet, is 219, and livestock was 112. Dwellings, kacha houses, that temporary structures were 49, and cattle sheds were 7. And the main source of livelihood there was agriculture. The impact of the Irshalwadi landslide was reported at 11 a.m. when I was at my sitting with my Tahsildar at Tahsil office. Immediately that communicated to the district control room and district collector sir, and according to the state control room, we immediately reached at the spot, and then we got to know that the site is on the fort, that is the part of the fort. Approximately 1 hour is required to reach that spot. Myself, along with some police officers, local rescue team, we reached there within an hour, and we started our rescue work. Parallelly, we have asked for the help of the NDRF, and accordingly communication made, and with the help of the local NGOs, we started the rescue operation immediately. But at that time there was heavy winds, heavy winds along with heavy rainfall. So the rescue operation was difficult for us. At about 5 a.m. NDRF team arrived, and we started the rescue operation continuously. Due to their fog, air effort was not available due to thick fog in the area. Manual SAR effort was time consuming as no earth-moving machinery was available. As I have previously told, that there was the only way that we can go is by trekking or by walk. That is the only way to reach there. So work with machinery is not possible. Then immediately we called out for the CIDCO, that is City Industrial Development Corporation, and Navi Mumbai Corporation, Thane Corporation, and BMC, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, for laborers. The skilled laborers arrived there, and with the help of skilled laborers, NDRF and local NGOs, we start work there. About 1,000 skilled labor and workers were there, and with the help of them, we have carried out that operation. And after that, on the 4th day, we have concluded the operation with the consult with NDRF team, other NGOs, civil surgeons, and local health department. These are some of the pictures of the rescue operations. Then we have shifted that all the persons to the temporary relief camp that is located at the site of the petrol pump. There we have made drinking arrangement. Drinking arrangement was level with the aqua guard with the capacity of 1,000 liter. And then we have adequate toilet and bathroom facilities. On the immediate day of shifting there were 10 toilets, 10 bathrooms arrangements made there. We have the medical team of doctors around the clock there. Community kitchen is there. Although we have provided the arrangement for 3 months of grocery and ration to them, all the families immediately on the 4th day, but they were not in the mental condition to prepare or cook the, since we have made arrangement for community kitchen. We have also taken care that there should be hygiene and sanitation at the entire campus. For that purpose, we have prepared a team of municipal council, local municipal council, and accordingly they are keeping the health and sanitation there all the time. Camps were established for the generation of essential important documents like Aadhaar card, caste certificates, PAN card, ETC or bank accounts that have been recovered within a week from the concerned agencies. We have provided each family with 99 types of household utensils, materials and ration. And these are some of the pictures of the temporary relief camp. This is the picture on the first day of the shifting them at the temporary relief camp. We have another team. I am working with my colleagues at the top to relief, and down where the temporary relief camp was established, there was another team which was looking at this. Honorable Collector Sir, Commissioner Sir were at the site, and they were looking that each and every facility should be provided to at the temporary relief camp. For permanent rehabilitation, we have identified the site that is near the that living where the people were living. That in that revenue village only, we have grazing cattle, grazing land of government. Along with villages, we have visited the site and finalized the site immediately. And then after the approval of the government, the site has been handed over for permanent rehabilitation on the 9th day of the mishap only. And this might be the fastest land allotment for the permanent rehabilitation by government. The layout, after that layout has been sanctioned by the planning authority, Maharashtra State Regional Development Corporation, and immediately after this planning authority sanctioned the layout, we have allotted the plots to the affected person by the lottery system. A construction work will commence in few weeks. Now the work of leveling is going on there, and within a week there may be work of internal roads or the construction will start, and in next months we are planning to complete the work of permanent rehabilitation with the help of CIDCO, that is City Industrial Development Corporation, who is developing cities in Maharashtra. According to us, mitigation measures are survey by GSI. After the 2005 Mahad landslide incident, Mahad, that is one of the Tahsil in Mahad, in Raigad district, GSI surveyed the landslide prone areas, total 396 villages, and submitted the report. The last report in 2022, total villages to be surveyed were 293, total villages surveyed are 103, yet another other list villages are to be surveyed. Based on GSI report, 25 proposals amounting rupees 37,882 lakhs have been initiated and in various stages of approval and implementation. Major mitigation activities in progress are construction of retaining wall, drainage improvement, afforestation, local capacity building. In afforestation, we have a good experience of bamboo plantation. Last rainy season, we have planted bamboo in Khopoli municipal area, and that we have very good result of that plantation. I want to share one experience. There is one village where there was one log size boulder there, and we have to shift that village each and every season, rainy season. This season we have that cut into small pieces that with the help of laborers, and the village is now out of the danger with this activity, and afforestation is one of our success. Construction of retaining wall we have proposed. Once it gets sanctioned, we can work on that, sir. Pre-monsoon capacity building training by district administration. We have trained approximately 50 Aapda Mitra at each landslide prone area, and that they were asked with at the Ishalwadi village also. Trainings were conducted at Tahsil and village level to spread awareness. Visits by senior officials. We have made teams of Tahsildar, police inspector, chief officer in municipal area and BDO in rural area to conduct joint survey and make awareness. This has been started from last year, sir. As previously I have mentioned that bamboo plantation in hill areas is we have very good result, and with the initiative of our collector, sir, district apprehension document dat card we have started to take data from all the landslide prone areas. Since from the Irshalwadi incident, we have noticed that after the incident, the proper information of villagers when whole the area is under the debris, we cannot get the proper documents or information. Henceforth, we have surveyed all these villages and collected information in form of dat card, which includes all the details of that villages which are in landslide prone areas. Challenges we have faced during incidents. Firstly, as I have mentioned earlier, that there was no access or connectivity by road. Still today, we have to go by walk. At least 1 hour is required to go to the site. No motorable road or bridges. Earth moving machinery is not available. Above 1.5 ton weight cannot be airlifted. We have also contacted for airlifting, but that was not possible for due to weather reasons, and this is the another reason that 1.5 ton weight cannot be airlifted. Continuous raining and muddy water big hurdle for SRA operation. Without machinery, such operation was time consuming. VIP visits and crowd makes it difficult to carry out SAR. For that purpose, we have applied CRPC 144 so that there should not be any hesitation in SAR operation. Proper site identification for temporary rehabilitation. Quicker post-disaster need assessment. Livestock vaccination, fodder, water, medication of destitute animals is challenge. Unnecessary relief aid. Sir, we have experienced that many of the persons come with clothes and utensils, household utensils only. That is a sort of repetition and multiplication. बार बार वही बोलने के बाद वही लोग लेके आते हैं जिसका कोई फायदा होता नहीं है. तो we have made people that you should donate to district disaster management authority so that we can plan accordingly. But our experience is that people are not ready to donate through DDMA, so they are interested in donate directly clothes and utensils so that they can take photographs. Here is one suggestion: if it can be donated through district disaster management authority, that can be utilized for better. There are 22 children who have lost their entire family. We want to do something good for them. We have to deposit fixed money in their account, but this is not possible since people don't want to donate directly to district disaster management authority. And lastly, sir, when date declaration of missing person, as we are aware that the date declaration can be done only after 7 years after filing complaint. One SOP is there from Uttarakhand, but I think that is applicable only for the Uttarakhand mishap. So there should be some guidelines or some legal remedy for that date declaration of missing person, especially in landsliding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narade. Thank you very much. I think it was a very comprehensive presentation, very good presentation. You brought out all the dimensions of landslide risk management, and it's a classic case where the people living in very isolated circumstances, where the victims of such a huge disaster in the middle of the night, continuous rainfall of 200 millimeter per day. Everything you want to learn about disaster management, just by looking at this disaster, you can learn that. But I must say that I visited the site, I visited the temporary shelter, district administration has done exemplary work in providing temporary shelter at such a short time, and the way the district administration has planned recovery and rehabilitation of all the affected families, that's also very inspiring. So thank you very much for great work and your presentation. And finally, I would like to invite the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, Shekhar Kuriakose. He has been handling the landslides in Kerala for a long time. And Shekhar, we have been a long time colleague. You don't need any introduction. Please go ahead and make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hope I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Thank you.
Thank you, NDMA, for having me there. Honorable members, my good friends and colleagues from NIDM, Ratnu sir, we also have all the colleagues from SDMA. Thank you for listening to me. I'll start here. I'm trying to present to you what we are trying to do in Kerala with respect to landslide risk reduction, and this as a heavy element of localization. Local governments are the pillar which the state of Kerala stands on, and therefore a lot of this is based on local government and their initiatives. So if you look at landslides in Kerala, we dominantly have debris flows, but of late we also have started seeing another kind of land degradation process which is triggering landslides. These are soil piping. They create secondary flows and increases pore pressure, decreases soil cohesion. It basically also leads to sliding. There's also a lot of crop loss happening because of soil piping and consequent landslides. Although soil piping per se has not really killed anybody, we have had houses just sinking into the land, and small soil pipes are seen in the triggering parts of landslides. So this is actually a warning for a lot of lateritic terrains in the event of climate change with enormous quantity of rainfall coming in. These soil pipes could also be kind of favoring triggering land. I must also acknowledge that NDMA had funded greatly this research on soil piping, based on which we also notified soil piping as a state-specific disaster. If you look at landslides in Kerala, they are of these dimensions. I may also have to tell you, when compared to Uttarakhand or even for that matter Himachal, our landslides are not that big in dimension. But given the population density of Kerala, even small ones could kill numerous number of people. And these are major challenges, and that's where local governments really come in place. 14% of the state is susceptible to landslides, and you can also see the concentration of soil piping locations towards the north of the state as against the south of the state. It also has to do with lateralization process that is happening there, as well as enormous quantity of rainfall that the northern districts face. Keeping apart what happens in Kasaragod, which is also an anomaly which we need to investigate further. We have a susceptibility index with respect to landslides, so all local governments in the state are ranked with respect to its susceptibility to landslides, and funding provisions are also based on these rankings. We also have a risk index which also compounds vulnerability and the cost factors that features, and this is also done at a local government level, and therefore the risk index also facilitates in terms of advisories that we provide to these different local governments in terms of mitigation measures. The incidents and impacts, we constantly keep collecting a lot of information. So on the screen's left, you would see the landslide locations that occurred in 2018-19, but on the right, you also see numerous number of houses that got affected in 2018. We have done it for 2019, and we tried to capture data at that granular level so that we understand what actually resulted in fatality or the loss of that asset. And I must tell you, most of these are because of wrong citation of the building. So this has to do a lot with the land use and the real estate diaspora in the state, wherein people tend to live really in dangerous terrains, but despite the fact that they could probably afford some other place, they would tend to live there because of various other opportunities that goes in there. So these are also consequent to what we could call as acceptable risk for these families. But of late, with the extreme events increasing, the ERE is increasing, this pattern of distribution of houses and living has to be changed, and there is a constant effort and conscious effort that we undertake in doing that. You will see that in subsequent slides. You can also see this data available for 2019, the previous one was for 2018. Now, we started with a lot of legal intervention. So sometime in 2016, we went on to notifying Wayanad district that construction in landslide-prone areas have to be limited. Now, we must realize that when we step in with the disaster management proceedings, there's always a question of other acts and laws that are prevailing, including the building rules. And this went on to the court. The realtors took it to the court, and the High Court upheld it, saying that the disaster management directive on construction limited to 5 stories in low and moderate hazard zones and no construction in high hazard zones is upheld. So we validated it through a judicial procedure. Then came the state disaster management plan, in which we said that blasting type of quarrying is banned in high hazard zones, and this went on a huge litigation. We had to fight it out in the court, and Honorable High Court again favored us in saying that the Disaster Management Act prevails over other acts, and therefore the legal premise under which we had to work was established sometime in 2016-17 itself. We also went on to actually make it more granular. So in 2019, our Honorable Chief Minister said that we have to go to local governments and create DM plans at local governments. So from SDMA, we supplied them with a huge lot of maps like these, which shows landslide areas, flood-prone areas, and the restrictions that were prescribed through the state disaster management plan and the various directives that we have issued, including the Orange Book of the state, was incorporated into these plans, and therefore a lot of local governments started taking preemptive actions. Like, for example, a recent case that is in front of us is that ST department had taken up a scheduled drive department had taken up a piece of land in Idiki for rehabilitating some tribals, and suddenly, because of all these plans, the local governments came up and told, no, this land is landslide prone and we wouldn't want the ST community to be there. So futuristically, mitigation is getting into the mainstream process of local governments, which is what we wanted, and that is what we are trying and striving to empower and work with. So all the local governments in the state have now DM plans. It is revised now. The revision has completed. Revised plan is now ready, and it's in the process of approval at the DDMA level. Now, if you look at, I told you that a lot of people don't tend to also move themselves out of these vulnerable areas. The housing pattern has to be changed, and for that we have to, one, disclose where these susceptible sites are, so which we have done in our website. We have published these maps not as hard copy PDFs but also as KMZ map files, so that people can just download it and use it in their Google Earth and see whether the site that they propose to buy or build is a landslide prone area, and the same goes for flood return probabilities from 1 in 10 years to 500 years. Now with this, we identified, actually we went on to notify a minimum relief in the state, which said about 3 cents of land. If you are in a vulnerable land, you could say that you are in vulnerable land, and we verified through a standard checklist, and up to 6 lakhs is provided to buy a minimum of 3 cents of land in a safer place, and for a house we provide about 4 lakhs. Now remember, a piece of this comes from SDRF, that is permissible under SDRF, but the remaining comes completely from the Chief Minister's Distress Relief Fund. And we also have embodied it into the local governments that new construction is permitted in the susceptible land. The house in the susceptible land will be decommissioned. However, we don't take over the land from the people, because if we don't overcome the emotional tangibility of people to these lands that are forefather gifted lands, they will not move out. So in order to bait them, in double quotes, to move to a safer location, we said you keep the land, you can cultivate there, but you cannot have a permanent construction there. And all the more, although we have enlisted more than 8,000, 9,000 houses which are in vulnerable lands, and we also continuously do that from SDMA and DDMAs, our people go, our hazard analysts actually go to the field and check the sites with the checklist and keep on recommending newer and newer houses for relocation. It is not a compulsory thing. We have not made it compulsory, because the moment you try to make it compulsory, then it becomes more difficult to get it implemented, because then there will be resentment. And I would say that out of the original 7,500 houses that we listed, about 4,200 accepted this and moved out of the vulnerable lands and have found places in more safer pieces of land forms in the state. Now, you can see this happening, and to progress further, what we have done is we have changed the building rules, we have amended the building rules, and have come to risk-informed master plans. So all master plans in the state, in the urban areas, and originally master plans were applicable only for the urban areas, but now the rule has been amended to say that there has to be a spatial plan for even rural areas, and it has to be risk-informed. Now, we have completed that for 2 urban centers, and one more we have just completed. Chengalur is actually ongoing. This is another township in Pamba Basin. It's ongoing. These pilots were funded under the Rebuild Kerala initiative by the World Bank, and we have a lot of support coming from the French Development Agency as well in capacitating us. The risk information is provided from SDMA, and all master plans are now to be risk informed. Then we also went on to actually provide incentivization for people to adopt best practices in disaster management and climate change. So there we came up with what is called a disaster and climate tracking tool. I think Dr. Srija is present in that room there. She was also part of the final evaluation of this tool. So there we actually, from SDMA side, we provided the risk index, and we also provided climate change information at local government level. A basket of resilience building projects are being prepared at SDMA to facilitate the local governments in adopting these incentives. Now, you can see that there are 2 arrows that comes in. There's a risk index and a climate change index. So if you are at suo moto, if the local governments adopt a best practice, we provide them with financial incentive. And if they are in a high risk index local government, they could come up and say, we would need money from SDMF, and we, on a priority basis, look at their risks. We have an early warning system. This was funded originally by the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project, but in Kerala we insisted that we will deploy these systems across the state. So all taluks are covered in the state, and this system basically facilitates now in terms of an integrated decision-making process. It is called Kavajam. As you can see in Kerala, warning slices and asset management system. It's a completely integrated system which is deployed out of SDMA, and there are many systems that goes into it. These are examples of how it is deployed. I'm not going into the details of it. It also has enormous telecommunication systems integrated into it. Then we also have a communication system which basically is based on sign language and audio. Our disability inclusive DRR program is also mainstream.
Shekhar, can I request you to now conclude it? Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to do that, sir. I thought I had 20 minutes, so I was going like that. Now, this training of people, the rescuers in sign language and braille is also ongoing, and response has enormous associated works that are ongoing. But I'll also specifically go to a few things. These are some of the NBS-based mitigation measures that are undertaken in the state. You can see a lot of geotextile-based activities that we are undertaking in landslide-prone areas. This is one example of a landslide itself being treated with that. And you could also see a lot of soil nailing work that is ongoing. Using SDMF also, we support a lot of these works now in local government level. And if I go further down to certain things of risk financing is also there. I don't want to go in there. But I have an appeal to NDMA at this juncture, sir. I would appeal that we have a 1 in a 1 meter digital elevation model accessible to national level research and training institutes and for states to conduct landslide hazard assessment, because our digital elevation models are not sufficient enough to give us more granular information. And I also request NDRF to run refresher training for all Aapda Mitra volunteers here in states and also civil defense volunteers. And we also believe that we have to have a concentrated set of efforts on NDRF to equip state fire and rescue services. We also prefer landslide management training for Team SDMA and Team DDMAs, sign language and braille trainings for rescue forces across this country, specialized training for rescue of patients and patients under palliative care. And I also suggest that NIDM may consider offering knowledge courses in hybrid mode. We also need to try and invert the pyramid by trainer going to the trainees and trainees coming to the trainer. So with these words, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar. That was again a very, good, comprehensive presentation covering all the aspects of landslide risk management. When we focus on the landslide risk management and mitigation, we tend to focus more on the hazard side. But Kerala was a very, very good example of how you are undertaking the planning measures, how you are utilizing planning tools to deal with the risk of mitigation. I think the risk actually has spread to all parts of the state. And I think the only way we can deal with it is to improve our habitat planning, land use planning. And I think this is what you are doing. And you are taking it down to the lowest level at the village and the towns. I think there are so many lessons here that we can learn from, and we definitely would like you to share more experiences of your landslide risk management. Thank you very much. With that, I would now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Safi Rijvi. He has recently joined us as the advisor, mitigation, and he would make a presentation on the National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program. And I would also request you that when you finish your presentation, you can conclude this session.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And these were three very excellent and erudite presentations. The first one basically showed us the expanse of the problem in Himachal and the kind of measures that the government is taking to resolve those issues. The third one by Mr. Kuryakos in Kerala, as Mr. Vatsa very clearly pointed out, told us how policy measures can be taken and how things can be changed and actually brought down to the common people. And the second presentation by Mr. Narale was actually eye-opening. It was straight from the ground, and it was so good to hear from him that a place which had such a serious disaster where 22 died and 57 are missing, how they responded. There wasn't a road there wasn't any excavation equipment available, they didn't have really anything. Still they managed to bring in immediate relief and response. And the simple ideas that he provided about afforestation, which is basically not even district based, I think it was almost tehsil based, that kind of an ethic is something that we need to inculcate in the entire all parts of this country. And the more NDMA pushes, the more the SDMAs push, the whole story at the end of the day will lie in the DDMAs. That is where this entire thing, as Mr. Berry in the morning told us, that we should not be seen as a side activity. Disaster management is actually the nuts and bolts. It is the center of a serious thing. So a very short presentation here, just to show you what NDMA is doing on the specific subject of landslide mitigation. We had already done a scheme of about 4 years, from 15 to 19 on risk mitigation. It was restricted to just 4 states, and it was fairly small in its numbers. It eventually concluded fairly successfully. I'll share with you 3 photographs of the kind of measures that were undertaken in this scheme. One was here in the Nagaland on the Kohima-Thisima road. The second was certain measures that were taken in Mizoram at Hunthar Veng. And the third was certain measures taken at Mangan in Sikkim. Now there are a lot of technical things that were done here. I have a very long list of at least 10 or 12 such measures that were taken. It is our attempt to disseminate all these measures to all the districts and all the states. Most of them which are impacted by such landslide disasters are already aware. However, the ones that are not, the ones that reside in those shadow zones where such issues have not yet happened, we would like to keep them informed. I will not really go deeper into what these measures are. Leave that to the experts. Given that I'm not an expert and an absolute nerder, I'm actually in kindergarten right now. I've just been here for 2 months. So we have now initiated a national landslide risk mitigation program in which we have about 17 states and we are including union territories. And there's a separate exercise going on with Ministry of Home Affairs where we are trying to create a UT disaster mitigation fund. So state disaster mitigation fund, the National Disaster Mitigation Fund is already there. So for UTs, another one is being created, which will basically get incorporated into these national programs. So this is just to indicate the kind of macro expenditures that will be made. So there are 5 such expenditures, and of these 5, the red ones are the 2 big ones. That is slope stabilization and landslide monitoring and early warning. And this is 70% of the costs, 700 out of 1,000 crores. And these 2 red ones, component 2 and 3, are essentially spending 600 crores of the 700 will go into these 4 activities, which are a sensor-based local early warning system, slope stabilization and all its 10 or 15 measures that are possible, biorestoration, one measure of which is what Mr. Narale told us, and then site-specific structural measures. So this is the general overall, I would say, the mathematical, numerical structure of this whole scheme. It is fairly complex in its structure. It has a lot of technicality and a lot of support from a lot of ministries. We'd be very interested to see the number of partners that we have in this entire thing. So these are the main focus regions, not to spend too much time on this. And these are our partners. So you see the national partners, we have all the technical agencies like GSI, NIDM, DRDO, DGRE, all of them, I need not mention all of them. 5 of the ministries are with us on this, and we have 4 international partners. So it's a pretty massive scheme. It appears to be fairly modest in the numbers that it is pushing, but given that it's one of the first few national schemes, we are going to take this forward in a much more ambitious way. And as Mr. Berry told us that the 16th Finance Commission is coming up, so these numbers will have to grow. In chart form, if you show you where it's targeted, 49 districts, 364,000 square kilometers, of which about 40% is in these 4 states and UTs, Ladakh, JNK, Uttarakhand and Himachal. So, and 60,000 square kilometers is Maharashtra and Karnataka. The 7th is Kerala. I haven't added that in the numbers. So this is the targeted area where we are targeting this whole program. These 6 is a primary thing, which will take us about 50% of our resources will primarily go to these states and certain specified districts in that region. So this in a nutshell is what the National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program is, the details of which will all lie in what was told to us in the earlier 3 presentations, as in Kerala, as in Maharashtra, and as in Himachal. We are also learning a lot from the states. Many SDMAs have gone far ahead in planning and monitoring and also implementing projects. So we are also learning consistently from them. And another very important aspect that we want to bring into all our national programs is the role of new and newer technology. That is something that we wish to scale up on. Now, moving slightly away from landslide, but staying in the concept of mountain hazards, there are just 2 slides on the National Glacial Lake Outburst Flood Risk Mitigation Program. So glacial lakes, many of you are experts, many of you may not be, like me, but it's an eye-opener to learn that this country, the amount of glacial lakes it has is 7,570, which are actually marked out, and 56 are high risk as designated by some of our partner agencies. So these are the number of glacial lakes, 3,200 in Ladakh and 2,100 in Arunachal Pradesh, and they are occupying a lot of our time. We have tried to identify the high risk lakes, but I am sure we have not yet identified even 30% of them. The ones in red, as in we've got 25 in Sikkim. Sikkim seems to be very much at risk, especially these 25 lakes, and 18 in JNK. So the last slide now, where we've already initiated this program in a small way, where in association with the Sikkim SDMA and with the Swiss Development Corporation, we recently went up to 2 lakes, 2 glacial lakes in Sikkim, which are designated as highest risk, highest amongst the high risk ones. So if you see this one, the South Lonak Lake, the avalanche that could happen is 1,200 meters above the lake. So if it does drop, 1,600 meters, if it does drop, you can imagine the catastrophic influence in the regions that reside below. And the second lake close by was the Shakocho Lake, where if you see the incline of that avalanche, if it happens, is 1,100 meters, and you can have something as bad as the Chamoli incident or what happened at Kedarnath about a decade ago. So our team went, two of our proud members are here, Abhishek Sharma and Shweta Bidhiya. They were very brave enough to volunteer to go, and they went up and they planted these monitoring systems over there, from which we get on a periodic basis, on a daily basis, there are 2 cameras per lake, and both those cameras give you pictures of what's happening actually. So this is currently a monitoring system, will very soon, in the next season, be upscaled to an early warning system, and this is something that we'd like to take as a best practice to all the states and UTs so that it is expanded. So that in a nutshell is the whole thing that we are doing on GLOFs and on landslides. And I would definitely want Mr. Vatsa to have the final word. It would not be very polite of me to try and take that credit away from him. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much. I think it presented our planned intervention in a very succinct way, and it also informs us of the range of interventions that we are attempting in this area. This entire issue of mountain hazards has become very, very critical. We are not just looking at the programs and the collaboration with the states and all the scientific institutions. We would also like to strengthen our own capacity in this area. So it's very important that as we deal with this issue on a national scale, we strengthen our institutional, technical, and scientific capacity, improve our early warning system. Early warning system is still at a very incipient stage. So this requires all of us to work together, particularly the scientific institutions. And I think this is going to be the direction of our program. So thank you very much for allowing us to present this snapshot of this important issue that we are facing. It's 12:27. Maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions or intervention, just to conclude it. So thank you very much. I see Professor Bhandari, you are here. I would discuss with you this. Yes, thank you very much. Anyone else would like to say something, give some suggestions? Not really a question. Most
Sir,
welcome. Yeah.
One question.
Yes. So I am Mandusha Mishra from NHPC.
Yes.
Our projects are in Himachal Pradesh, and in recent flood, I am just talking about one of our projects. Because of the landslides in the upstream of that project, it was impacted too much, and because of that we could not operate after July till today, day before yesterday. So we just started our operation just now. I was listening to Mr. Rana that they are looking for landslide. They have established 39 sites for early warning system for landslides. So we also want to go further in this direction, implementing this in our corporation also. So I just wanted to know if anybody can help us in that case. How can we, which technology should we adopt for our detection of this movement of landslides?
We will reach out to you, definitely. We want NHAI and NHPC, both the organizations, to set up internal capacity in dealing with the, yes, please.
No, I think NHPC itself has done very innovative work, which we showcased at G20. So we should talk some more about that and see. In fact, we can learn a lot from you and see how we can replicate what you're doing.
Yes.
Sir, one question, sir.
Next time when we organize another discussion, I would like you to be on dais speaking about this. You know, I'm sorry we didn't have a woman member in this panel. Next time you must be there. Thank you.
Sir, one question. Sir.
Yes, please.
DC Rana sir has said that he has got 17,000 location of landslide. So can we share and work on AI and SAR imagery so that we can get an early warning system?
Absolutely. This is an urgent requirement, and the time has come to invest in AI capacity for dealing with. And I don't think we can have this early warning system without the requisite AI. Please, Mr. Makwana.
Yeah, this is to Mr. Rana. Whether Himachal Pradesh has contemplated to do anything for master plans, because you know in urban area this landslides is creating more havoc, and whether like Kerala they told that they have made amendment in their planning rules, so like that Himachal Pradesh, whether they have thought about for whole Himachal Pradesh or only for some selected area, if at all, if they have thought on this line?
Sir, as I said, we have already done detailed HRVA, and the landslide zonation has been done. For urban area, it is on 1:10,000 scale. Micro zonation studies have been done for Dharamshala and for Shimla city. We at the SDMA are trying to push with the line departments to adopt for risk-based land use planning, which is currently not there. Certainly, we would. It's high on our agenda, and let us see how well we succeed.
Thank you very much. I think that with that, I would like to bring this session to maybe we can, because there is another session after this, and we are running late. So, thank you. So, thank you very much. Just want to give a special thanks to all the presenters here. Mr. Rijvi, Sekhar Kuryakoji, very, very heartfelt thanks to you for joining this session, and I think it went very well, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. May I request our speakers to kindly come together for a group photograph, sir? Thank you. Let's once again put our hands together as we close the proceedings of Technical Session 1. We would request everyone to kindly remain seated as we straight away move on to Technical Session 2. We will just take a moment to set up the top table for the next session. Thank you. Requesting everybody to kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is on the role of emerging technologies in disaster management. And ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated, I would like to invite our distinguished chairperson for the session, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome on stage our distinguished chairperson, Lieutenant General Retired Syed Atta Hasnain. He is the member, NDMA. I would like to invite our session moderator, Colonel KP Singh, Advisor Ops, to kindly join us on the dais, please. Please put your hands together to welcome him. I would also like to invite our eminent speakers, Shri Sanjay Agarwal, DDG DM, Department of Telecommunications. He is an officer of 1993 batch of Indian Telecom Services. Presently, he is working as Deputy Director General in the Ministry of Communications, New Delhi. He graduated from NIT Jaipur and did his masters from IIT Delhi. During his career, he has worked in the Ministry of Communication, BSNL, NHAI, and Ministry of Road Transport and Highways at various places. So a warm welcome to you, sir. We now invite our eminent speaker, Ms. Natasha Jog, Head of Instagram and Head Program Meta India. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Ms. Natasha Jog is the Head of Policy, Instagram and India, and also leads Meta's policy programs in the country. She holds programmatic interventions on skilling and education, works on small businesses, safety, etc. She has worked on several projects at Meta, including leading the company's election projects for the India and South Asia. Was a journalist before joining Meta and reported and anchored on several shows on NDTV. A warm welcome to you. I would now like to invite our eminent speaker, Ms. Roli Agarwal, Head of Partnerships, Google India. Ms. Roli Agarwal is a senior leader with 20+ years of experience in partnerships, sales, marketing, and communications. She is the country head of product partnerships for Google in India, a believer in the power of technology for improving and changing lives. Warm welcome, ma'am. And I have the privilege of inviting our eminent speaker, Lieutenant Colonel V. Sharmugavelam. He is founder and CTO, Alina Geosystems Private Limited. Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Velan is an ex-Indian Army veteran, is the founder of the Alina Geosystems, which work in the niche domain of NAV-IC-based monitoring. His deep domain knowledge sets the strategy for Alina Geosystems today and innovating for tomorrow. Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Velan has been working in GNSS domain from 1988. He has been associated in NAV-IC IRNSS since its inception in June 2008. And before we proceed further with the presentations and rest of the proceedings of the session, I would request Lieutenant General S.A. Hasnain, our chair for the session, to kindly welcome our eminent speakers. May I request you, sir, to welcome with the potted plant, Shri Sanjay Agarwal. I request you, sir, to welcome Ms. Natasha Jog. Warm welcome, sir. I would now request Colonel K.P. Singh to do the honors of welcoming our eminent speaker, Ms. Roli Agarwal. And may I request you, sir, to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Velan. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this almost equal balance of gender with our eminent speakers, we warmly welcome you to this technical session 2, Role of Emerging Technologies in Disaster Management. And I would like to invite our distinguished chairperson, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, to kindly begin the proceedings with his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Morning and Jai Hind to everyone. My voice, I hope my voice is reaching at the end. Yes, sir. More importantly, my voice should reach outside the hall, because there are more people sitting outside the hall than inside. I just noticed when I went out a short while ago. So it may be a good idea if you can just announce in the corridors there that kindly come in. There's no point coming to a seminar and sitting outside in the wings. Thank you. Sorry. I always start with a negative sentiment, but here on the positive one. Maybe I can give a prize to anyone who can guess this beautiful hall is absolutely perfect. There's only one imperfection here for a seminar. Can someone tell me that? Okay, no prizes for guessing that. There is no clock here. There is no clock here. And therefore, there is no restriction on time. We shall speak till the cows come home, until the hunger pangs hit you very deep. So with that, let me welcome you all. Jai Hind once again. This is the second session, the technical session. What a beautiful session we just had. Before this, wonderful to be chairing a session on the Foundation Day of the NDMA. You would have noticed since morning, and perhaps in the last session also, that one of the characteristics which is developing in the NDMA is the propensity of a lot of people from outside who are technical people to approach the NDMA. I get a call a day. I'm sure our head of department, Mr. Kamal Kishore, must be getting many more. And we try and make sure that we welcome everyone, come, meet us, let's have a small talk, presentation, etc., and then take it forward. It's all a part of this revolution which is taking place in technologies driven by artificial intelligence in particular. And this session is actually all about that. We've just selected 4 technologies, 4 organizations, and I'm sure represented by 4 outstanding speakers here, who shall be telling us about their respective domains. I'm assisted here by Colonel K.P. Singh, the advisor, operations and communications in the NDMA, happens to be from the Corps of Signals, from the Indian Army, so himself a very, very technically proficient person. I'm an infantryman in the Indian Army. I'm not a technical man at all, right? I am a paddle forge and I've been fighting only, nothing else all my life, right? But here you've got a real technical hand who will be able to conduct this very well. So with that, I don't want to spend too much time. We'll try and keep this to 10 minutes per speaker, right? This is something for which I'm reputed. I always make sure that my watch is with me here. Is right in front, and to the T we'll try and give you a warning at 1 minute, at 9 minutes, so that you can wind up by about 10 minutes. So you can give ourselves 1 or 2 odd questions that we can afford at the end. So with that, may I invite Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, the Deputy Director General in the DOT, and he will come and speak to us. What is he speaking on exactly?
Sir, technology, duties.
Duty, technology, okay. Right. The role of duty, the role of duty. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal has been very intimately involved with the NDMA as a part of the CAPS project, and he's a regular visitor to us, so not a very unknown face, very, very well known within the NDMA and within the disaster community. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, Jai Hind. जितने भी अधिकारी मंच पे आसीन हैं और मंच के सामने आसीन हैं, सभी को मेरा पुनः नमस्कार. And I am going to give the presentation about the role of emerging technologies for disaster management. And what I am going to cover is that what we are already doing, what we can do, and what we have already put in the plan. So already NDMA is aggressively working on alert dissemination for disasters, and we are way ahead in that thing. And DOT is constantly collaborating on that particular aspect. So I'll just try to squeeze it in within 10 minutes because I was earlier given 15 minutes. So these are the impact areas and lead time matters. We all understand, being in disaster management, that some of the disasters are widespread and give very little time to raise any alert, and some give a little more leeway. And what is the fundamental requirement of early warning dissemination system is that it has to be geo-targeted, it should be timely, and multi-mode dissemination. This is the one I would particularly talk about, and it should be automated, multilingual, as we are in India. Already we are developing the early warning dissemination system on Common Alert Protocol. Common Alert Protocol is a global standard. It is based on ITU-T recommendations, and it meets almost all the requirements which are there for meeting the early warning dissemination system. And this is the typical diagram which has already been implemented. On the left side you can see that IMD, CWC, INCOIX, DGRE, FSI, these are the alert generating agencies which can raise the alert. They have their own dashboards which has already been developed, and all of the SDMAs can finally generate the alert whatever they want to in whichever language, whichever geographical areas. And on the right side, if you can see that there are radio, TV and all other dissemination mechanisms which can be thought of, and many more can be thought of and which can be added. Right now we are doing only SMS broadly, but very soon we are in phase 2. In phase 1 we have already done radio and TV, POC of the radio and TV, and public portal, browsers, Gagan, Navic and railway announcement systems. These have already been, POC have been done for this thing. So in phase 2 we'll have a multi-mode dissemination which is very much critical to reach anyhow to last citizen. In particularly phase 1, the SMS was there, and as we all know that it takes a little longer time. Many times it is taking something like 4 to 6 hours. But we are now developing cell broadcasting system in close coordination with NDMA, and with cell broadcasting system we'll be able to reach to the public within minutes, and in time to come we'll be able to reach within 10 seconds. So that will be the best kind of an alert generating mechanism, alert dissemination mechanism for earthquake or tsunamis. And whatever technology we do use, there cannot be any replacement of the collaborative efforts for effective communications and effective disaster mitigation and relief measures. What we have observed particularly during the cyclone Biparjoy, there was a very close coordination and good support from the state government to Ministry of Communication and vice versa. So whatever was their telecom requirement, those were properly looked into beforehand, and whatever was the power requirement of the telecom service providers, that was also duly addressed. And definitely there was a close coordination, and at the end, during the presentation to Honorable Home Minister, Chief Secretary of Gujarat stated that telecom services provided a very good support, and Honorable Home Minister himself said that this is a success story not only for telecom, for entire business. So that was one example, and similarly in HP, I'm really thankful to SDMA head who is here. They created a WhatsApp group, and along with telecom service providers, telecom officials, and we were working round the clock and how to make sure that the telecom services are somehow worked out, because in that area it is landslide prone, and lot many optical fiber cables get cut. So whatever the 3 or 4 routes we may have, but it ultimately gets disconnected. And they made use of the drones to make sure that the telecom service providers provide the services. And similarly, one more thing is that during the cyclone Biparjoy, which we particularly observed, that they made very efficient use of alert dissemination mechanisms. We have a technology, but overuse of technology is also dangerous. And during cyclone Biparjoy, Gujarat SDMA sent maximum 1 SMS only to the coastal areas, while the other states which were not in the trajectory of the cyclone, they sent more number of SMS. So that is something which we have to look into, and we are closely working with Colonel KP Singh, and they have already taken proactive measures. So we should further look into, and when we have the cell broadcasting system, that time we'll have to draw out very clear SOPs. That is one thing. And during this, we have certain in-house things with telecom thing, that is intra-circle roaming and priority call routing. So for last 1 year, we have started activating intra-circle roaming so that the public at large can somehow communicate. Not only the disaster relief agencies should be able to communicate, public at large somehow, if they get the services, then the panic can be reduced. They can approach the disaster relief agencies. This is what we are already doing. And then further what we can do, or rather we have already recently done, that we talk of AI, we talk of big data, we talk of sensors, we talk of IoT. These are loaded words. I'll come to that also. But with the use of that, already Ministry of Communication, DOT, during the Balasore event, there were some 93 dead bodies with which there was no identification mark available. And they were not having any mobile, and we were not able to identify which bodies were those. So Ministry of Communication, DOT, then they did the face recognition, and using the AI, I'll show the faces images we got from Balasore and how did we analyze in Delhi. And with the big data analysis of some 93 crore images of the mobile subscribers we are having, we could identify 65 dead bodies. And if I show you the next image, the images are really disturbing. On the left side, you can see that this is the image we received from the site. And with this image, we could distinguish, this is the power of technology. Just I wanted to tell you about that AI, face recognition, big data analysis. These are loaded words. I'll try to make it simplified. So these are the two images. These were, out of 65, these are the two most complicated ones. That's why these are in the presentation. But we could identify. Global Forum for Emergency Telecommunication, GET 2019, showcased the role of new technologies for detecting and predicting the disasters, and also for the disaster response systems. So we have sensors. We all know about sensors. The Internet of Things is also a well-known word, but I just elaborate upon that, that your washing machine to anything, industrial applications, they are connected to sensors. You have CCTVs, so those are connected to IoT. So those are connected to Internet. So through that Internet, you can control those devices from anywhere in the world. That is Internet of Things. 5G is the communication technology, which is the latest technology, and it can provide all kind of services from low latency, that means very fast services, from high bandwidth to low bandwidth, wider coverage. So this is that thing. And big data is that whatever large data we do get, how can we analyze in a very real time? So if we have sensors, we have IoT, we have 5G. So with that, we collect the information from one place, and with the big data, we can analyze it at some other place. So with that, what we can do that with water level sensing, with volcanic activity sensing, with seismic sensors, we can predict these earthquakes, we can predict the tsunamis. Similarly, crowdsourcing is another thing. That crowdsourcing is that all of the people are having mobiles, one simple example. So they take a lot of photos during the disasters. So those photos are uploaded on the social media, and that is a crowdsourcing, because geolocation is tagged. And with that, we run an AI tool and we analyze the images, and we can definitely work out that what is the area where damage is more. So disaster response can be accordingly articulated. 1 minute more. Okay, sir. So one more thing is that the initiatives which are required are that the action-oriented alert dissemination we can go for in IoT devices, like in home appliance. If the washing machine is there, that can also, in elevators particularly, if elevators are connected on IoT, so we don't give an alarm there in the elevator itself. We give a trigger to the elevator, it goes to the next nearest floor, it stops there, opens, and at that time, it gives the alarm that now there is an earthquake or whatever disaster which is going to come. So these are the areas. And one last thing that I would like to cover, sir, I'll take one more extra minute, sir. So regarding PPDR, that is the dedicated communication for public protection and disaster relief agencies. So after 9/11 event, it was found that whatever incident which had happened, whatever communication mechanism they did have, that was not sufficient to meet the requirement, communication requirement. That was so the public protection agencies are police, fire, and medical services, and those are also first responders. They are the first one to respond to disaster, and then there are disaster relief agencies. We carried out detailed analysis about the networks different PP and DR agencies are having. There are limitations we all understand to a large extent. Now, the PP and PPDR network is disaster resilient, and it is having all kind of backhauls, so it can meet the requirement. It is integrated across agencies, across cities. It can share video. We can have group calls. So it can enhance the coordination between different DR agencies as well as the public service safety agencies. So this is one network. And this can meet the extreme disaster event, widespread disaster event, man-made disaster events. Globally, it has been done in 20 to 30 countries now. And these are the models. I am just closing it. Now, this is the last slide of mine. MHA has decided to implement a pan-India network for PP and DR agencies. Allocation of spectrum has been done by DOT, and that spectrum itself costs some 36,000 crore rupees, which has been given by DOT for this particular thing. And it is in 800 megahertz band. And now we have the pilot testing being scheduled, and freezing of the user requirement will be done. Implementation, first there will be a pilot and there will be implementation in phases. So with that, I conclude. Sir, I'm sorry that I might have taken a little more minute. Thank you so very much, sir.
Not at all. Sanjay Agrawal sir, I always thought that you were a very good technical person, but I didn't know that you are such a good communicator. You have been able to put across in about 12 minutes some of the most difficult technologies of the world. And I think if I have comprehended it, I'm sure everyone has comprehended. Right? Very, very good. My compliments to you. Thank you very much. It just shows that what we are looking for, the short time to the last mile. You see, landslides, earthquakes, and hazards of this kind are not going to be cyclone type, which are giving you 4 days and 5 days of warning. These are going to give you 45 seconds to a minute of warning. And there, to be able to have no queuing in your communication system. You saw in Biparjoy, we had queuing in the system. Although 32 million messages could be sent out, but there was a tremendous amount of queuing. But it's this procedure of call alerts, the cell broadcast system, which overcomes that whole problem. Last week, most of you would have noticed in your mobiles, at 10:30 in the morning, there was an alert going around suddenly. Now, that was all the testing which was going on by DOT along with NDMA, which was going on. So you can be assured that this is on the final legs of success, which is going to happen in the next few weeks, perhaps. My pleasure to now invite Ms. Natasha Jog, head of Instagram, and the head program, Mita India, and she's going to be speaking on the role of emerging trends in information technology and their application to disaster management by Mita.
Thank you so much. It really is wonderful to be here, and I want to thank NDMA and the organizers for giving us an opportunity to talk about this significant work that you are leading, and we're just glad to be able to play a small role when it comes to disaster relief. Because the General has very, very capable time management abilities, I'm going to try and make sure that I stay well within the assigned time. In any emergency or crisis, sending and receiving real-time alerts efficiently and at scale is really mission critical. We've seen this time and time again, and it is equally important to identify where support is needed, where it can come from, and to be able to successfully join the dots. At such times, we've seen users turn to platforms to be able to do exactly this and so much more. The most recent example, of course, has been COVID, where we saw our users come onto Facebook, create all those Facebook groups offering help. Celebrities and influencers turned to Instagram to amplify all those calls that we had for help, and again, try and join those who were offering help to those who needed it. The role of WhatsApp was called out previously also by the previous speaker, but again, a platform of ours where we saw a lot of groups being created and real-time sharing of information on where help was needed, and again, where it could be provided from. And a lot of organic outpouring of support that happened, a lot of organic information sharing that happened, and the various communities and the groups that were formed to make sure that people were getting the help that was needed in what was a really critical situation. WhatsApp, of course, also, as we know, went on to work with MyGov to create one of the world's largest chatbots to help us access COVID certificates and book COVID vaccinations over the platform. In a nutshell, we saw digital platforms become the place for crisis response. Now, a ability that we provided our users with is what is called a safety check. This is perhaps our most widely known crisis response activations that we have. Now, Facebook is monitoring any kinds of crisis globally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And as you can imagine, there are thousands and thousands of such crises that erupt globally every year. The gray dots are those that you see that have been monitored, but it did not lead to a safety check. The green dots are where safety checks were created, and we'll talk a little bit more on this, but a safety check is also accompanied by the creation of a crisis response hub, which is where we put a lot of the information with regard to that crisis/disaster, and there is also a community help page, which allows people to get onto that page, look at the crisis real time as it's unfolding, and offer help, and that's again something that we've seen a lot of success with. Safety check, again, I think I missed saying, is the ability for a user to go onto our platforms and register themselves as safe while they were perhaps in the geographical area of the crisis. And it also allows others, their families and their loved ones, to know where they are so that if there is any help needed, that can be provided. I'm going to try and see if I can play that video.
Who's managing the?
No, I'm not having any luck there. Oops, I may have done something to the... Is there someone who could help on the deck meanwhile? Anyway, in the interest of time, I'll just keep going on. If someone can just go back to that the previous slide on the deck, that would be great. We can skip the video. That was just a video that we were trying to play, and I don't think I'm going to attempt that again. But the idea was just to give you in video format just how this has all worked, and I can direct anyone who's interested to where this lies. It's an external facing page, and you can always take a look at that. But it was just about how communities come together. And for us at Meta, the idea is to allow communities to come together to be able to offer help, to allow communities to come together to drive change, and to be there for each other when the time arises. And that video actually was just a summary of that. No problem if we skip it. But we'll just take a look at just how we are looking at our crisis response products as well. And our entire approach is divided into 3 categories: health, charitable giving, and, like I said, crisis response. A lot of us are familiar with blood donation. Blood donation sits inside health. That's a tool that we've seen of particular value in countries like India. A lot of people who, when blood banks say in a crisis they are in need of blood, we've seen our users in markets like India really rise to the occasion and make sure that that is a need that is being fulfilled. Charitable giving, not necessarily available in all countries, but again, it helps people support organizations that are delivering aid. And crisis response community has really rallied together in that time. Users of our platforms have seen where the need is for help, where are people raising their hands asking for help, for what, and really try to make sure that they're raising their hand to plug those gaps as well. That's the crisis response hub, and you can see those are the examples there from India. Some of the more recent ones that we worked on. So you can see there's the Himachal Pradesh flooding is there. There's also the collapse that we saw in Vrindavan when there was a water collapse. Now, from anything that sounds to us, which is not a major crisis, but it could be a significant local issue, to something that is much wider in scale, think Himachal Pradesh and the flooding that happened, or if it can get triggered if we believe that our community is really at risk, or believes that there is significant damage or there will be need for a significant response at scale. Community help, again, I've chosen this example because here you should be able to see that there was somebody who went on here to say that they were requesting food and shelter for 3 people, and we haven't managed to catch the entire visual here, but there are people, all those offering for help, saying, let us know your exact location, and we'd be there providing that. And I think a lot of us, even if we didn't catch this for Himachal Pradesh for COVID, there was tons of this that we were seeing, and I think we're all familiar with this across Meta's family of apps, which is Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, and of course WhatsApp as well, where people were just offering help real time. Blood donations, like I said, again, something that we've seen our users in India really respond very warmly to. Rarely has there been an occasion in a crisis when your nearest blood bank is not appealed via Facebook, and you see those, in your Facebook feed where it says that a blood bank near you is in need of blood, contact XYZ, and we've seen people really come out and ensure that they are doing their bit. In fact, often we've had to turn that off very soon because the blood bank has reported saying that their stocks are full. So that really is a measure of how the community really is responding. Fundraising, like I think I touched briefly again, not available everywhere, but we're looking to kind of think through how we can take that more broadly, and helps a lot of our users, helps people there come out and help organizations who are leading in aid and say, how can we help you? What is it that you need that I as a user can provide? And that is where fundraising comes in. A quick look at what the stats are saying to us, and which is, for the last 5 years, I want to say, because Safety Check was launched in 2018, and these are just Indian numbers. 11 million people have marked themselves safe, and we've seen 114,000 community help posts that have come out, asking where they can help, offering to provide help. So these are those who are offering to provide help, not those necessarily who are seeking help, but these are people who have raised their hand to say that we want to do our bit. It could be food, it could be shelter, it could be medicines. Very often now we've seen people just say, my mental health is at stake, I need to talk to somebody. And there are people saying, I will talk to you, I will get in touch with you, tell me what you need. There's also a very active exchange of resources here. If you need more, let us know. If there is anything that you could, if there's anything particular that you want us to provide, any helping hand, be it, like I said, groceries, etc., or even someone to talk to if you're all alone and don't know who to turn to. A quick actually look at what the safety checks have been activated for, and floods really high up on that list, with like 32 of those checks have been, of those 56 events that we've seen where safety checks have been activated in the last 5 years in India have been for floods, and the number 2, of course, being cyclones. So natural disasters really right on top. That's just another look at what the numbers, those 56, and how they stack rank across the various calamity types. And this is the number. Sorry? And the last slide, right, bang on time.
Great.
So this is actually just for the year 2023. We've seen 817,000 people who in different situations have marked themselves safe this year. And almost 4,000 plus community posts that have seen our users offer help in all those categories that I just touched upon. And that's again a quick look at just what are the various events that have happened this year. You can see there are 11 events, and we closed this on the 25th of September to prepare this in time. So those are this. So you've seen an avalanche in Sikkim. You see that indoor collapse right up to a landslide in a village in Uttarakhand. And that's just another quick look at just how they stack rank and where the safety checks in 2023 have been triggered from. I've already been told at time, but I just wanted to give you a quick sense of how we are working at Meta to make sure that the community, like I said, the community being at the core of everything that we do, and how the community has the tools and what it needs at hand to be able to not just seek help, but offer help, because that is where we have seen our greatest success when it comes to crisis and disaster relief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha Ji. I think that was outstanding, absolutely, and you really timed it so well. I may like to admit to you, being from Meta, that whenever there is a major disaster anywhere and the first indications are given to us by the NDMA control room, there is a tendency normally, most of us get together, make a group, and start discussing. And I can say one of the greatest success stories of this, which I'm sure the members will bear me out, all the staff will bear me out, was the Balasore train accident. In that, it was amazing that it went on for the better part of 3-4 days that the groups stayed alive in this manner. So wonderful, absolutely. And I can also recall the Kashmir flood, when social media wasn't really in that kind of a mode in Kashmir in particular. That is the time when I remember getting thousands of messages from people from outside Kashmir for assistance to people in Kashmir. And I had no means of how to communicate with them. Today things are very, very different. Well, I had to ring up the command headquarters, Northern Command at Udhampur, and through them a radio relay system to Srinagar to be able to reach out to some of the people through boats and things like that. But today, it's a different world and it's progressing very, very fast. I would also recommend very strongly that a more formalized kind of a system with the SDMAs is necessary. You need to be linked with them perhaps to a far greater extent. Thank you very much for that. That was really, really very interesting. Yeah. Our third speaker of the day, Ms. Roli Agarwal, Head of Partnerships, Google India, and she's going to be speaking to us on the Android earthquake alerts and other Google initiatives for disaster management by Google. This is going to be very interesting because we've heard some of it before in our meetings with them. It's going to be very, very interesting, I can assure you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? I don't have, as great a voice as sir here, but I'll make an effort. So good afternoon, everybody. It's really great to be here today, and me and my colleagues have been sitting over there listening to a lot of the great presentations that have been made, and I must say I have personally learned a lot, and I'm hoping to meet at least some of you to see how we can work even better together. So my name is Roli Agarwal. I head product partnerships for Google in India, and I'm joined here by my colleagues Abhishek and Karan over there. I'm here to talk to you today about the role of really emerging technology in early warning systems. A lot has been said about this today already, so what I'm going to say to you will hopefully build on top of that. I'll talk about a specific type of feature. This has to do with Android earthquake alerts. This is a new impactful technology that's coming out from Google today. But before I start, on the behalf of Google, I wanted to thank the National Disaster Management Authority for inviting us to participate in today's Formation Day event. We're really honored to be here, and we are grateful that we get to share more about this with you. As you know, and you've seen today, the disasters in the country have been increasing, whether it's severity, it's the loss of life. We've seen a lot of it. I'm, by the way, personally from a small town, Dehradun, and Uttarakhand, has been mentioned a lot today. So I've personally seen the loss of life and also the need to actually create early warning and disaster management, and how important those will be to protect lives and livelihoods from the impact of these disasters. I personally believe that by providing timely and accurate warnings, and by taking steps to prepare and respond to disasters, we can really reduce the damage that they cause. As Google, we are committed to helping India build a more resilient future. We are using technology, but also partnering with the government to develop new tools and solutions that can help both the government and communities to improve early warning and disaster management. So, if I had to take a step back and talk about all the efforts that we are doing in the space of crisis response, there's a lot. This is a busy slide. Not everything is clear here, but as a part of our Crisis and AI for Social Good, for over a decade, we've been developing various tools and technologies that are enabling people to access trusted information and resources in these critical moments. Think about what happens when one of these crises strikes. People are anxiously looking for information. Sir was talking about the creation of groups. They're looking for information that will also help them to take a decision about how do they stay safe, right? So we believe that we have the responsibility to help users everywhere in these dire moments. In India, we worked on various initiatives, whether it's flood alerts, using the latest technology in the field of predictive modeling and AI, or it is about weather alerts. This has been, by the way, done in collaboration with IMD, or providing air quality information across various Google products in partnership with CPCB. More recently, we've also started showing extreme heat information on Google. So think about, we are all in Delhi, right? It gets really hot. Think about that hot day in Delhi where there's an extreme heat wave and the loss of life that happens. Now on Google, you're able to see this information and also get tips on how do you manage something like this. So I'm trying to edit my slides a little bit to stick to the 10 minutes that have been given to us. The incentive really comes from this. If you think about what are users doing, right? We have 4 billion views from around the world for this kind of information, and this is really what's encouraging us to keep building such features in partnership with local and national governments. Before I say more, I just wanted to say we are extremely happy to announce that in deep consultation with the National Disaster Management Authority, under the chairmanship of Shri Kamal Kishore, member and HOD NDMA, and his team, and the National Seismology Center, under the expert guidance of Dr. O.P. Mishra and team, today, here, we are introducing the Android Earthquake Alert System in India. This system is rolling out in India as we speak, and it will be available to all Android 5 and above users in India during the coming weeks. Towards the end of the presentation, I'll actually walk you through how you can find and do a small demo of this product on your own phones. So what this really does is it harnesses the power of Android to supplement all the efforts that are already happening from governments and other bodies in the country on earthquake alerts, and to provide people with that advance notice. Think about like those seconds of warning that they need to stay safe. So let me share a little more about what this technology really is. Earthquakes are the third most common disaster, right? They happen daily around the world, and hundreds of millions of people living in earthquake-prone regions get impacted. They are also one of the most deadly, and while we can't predict earthquake shaking, studies suggest that 50% of earthquake injuries can be prevented if users receive an early warning, right? Again, I grew up in Uttarakhand. I remember as a kid, we used to stay, 2 floors up, and suddenly in the middle of the night, people will be, and my parents will be like, "Bhago, niche bhago, matlab ghar pe upar nahi rehna hai," right? So now that used to happen when suddenly there was like a lot of shaking, right? But imagine if there was a technology that could warn you of something like this as it developed. So our goal with Android Earthquake Alert System is to help users stay safe by sending them this early warning alert. This system is built on Google's leading infrastructure, and it's available, as I was saying, to all Android 5 phones, and you don't need to install an app, by the way, right? Just having this phone will be enough. User privacy, of course, is very important, and it's the core to everything really that we do at Google. So if you don't want this alert, you have an option to opt out of this. So let me tell you how this works in case you're wondering. Each Android phone is equipped with many tiny accelerometers. These act as mini seismometers, right? They detect the very beginning of earthquake shaking. Think about it. So when many phones detect the beginning of an earthquake, it will send a signal, okay? It will send a signal to an earthquake detection server, and let me take you actually through some of these pictures. Imagine there's an earthquake here. There is an Android phone that is lying still, and it is charging. That is key, okay? This will detect that something's happening. It's shaking, and this fits the pattern of an earthquake. This is now sending a signal to an earthquake detection server, along with a course information. Now, more and more phones start to pick up this shaking. They send signals back to the server, and then, based on this, we are able to alert users that there's some kind of shaking and earthquake coming. Now, this was the back end, but what's most important is the front end. So how do we alert the users? There are two kinds of alerts. The first one happens when there is light shaking, right? This will respect settings on your phone. So if you had a do not disturb on your phone and your phone was silent, it will tell you lightly. It will tell you that something's happening, just a light heads up. The second one, though, will get your attention, right? This is the one which will trigger and tell users that you have to take action. This will break through do not disturb. It will turn on your screen, and it will play a loud sound alert to get your attention, okay? Tapping on either of these alerts will take you to a Google search page. This obviously you're not going to do in that moment, but it will tell you later, once you've taken yourself to a safe location, what should you do. I must say that these alerts are only sent for earthquake of magnitude 4.5 or greater. Yeah? So if you have a phone, I would actually encourage you to pull out your phone, and I can show you right now, like, how does this happen. So if everybody can open your phones, go to settings. Under there is safety and emergency. We'll hopefully hear a loud sound right here. Okay, so we are under safety and emergency. Under there, you'll see emergency location services and earthquake alerts. Everybody found that? Let me see a show of hands if you found it. Okay, okay. Now, if you scroll down, you'll see a button that says see a demo. I want you to click on that. Okay. Yeah, so it's something like this that will happen.
Very, very pleasing sound. Very pleasing sound.
Very smoothing. Okay, we'll change. We'll get feedback on that to our technical team. But that's what happens. And Sir's not given me an alarm, so I will treat this as my alarm right now. You can stop the sound, by the way. So that is really the alarm. It's woken all of us up as well. I also must share that we respect the fact that not everybody is reading and writing English, right? So it's important to communicate to them in their language of choice. So this feature is going to be available in multiple Indian languages. We've only put 2 here. And that's really it. Thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to come here and share more about this work. Please do try the feature. And if you have any questions for us, come find us. Abhishek, Karan, and I will be around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roli Agrawal, Head of Partnerships, Google India.
Very nice.
I'll request the alarms to be switched off now, please.
Lesser quick and
Yes. But thank you for highlighting a few important points which I noticed. Technology is the enabler for all of us to have all-inclusive, all-encompassing, and collaborative approach towards disaster management. As regards Google is concerned, we are working very closely with Google on CAP, and also we've been requesting Google for the last couple of months to take alerts from us and again push them out on your platform. I hope that also happens soon. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Now, I'll request now Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Villan, retired founder and CTO, Arena Geosystems Private Limited. Colonel Villan is working since 1998 with ISRO, specifically with the NAVIC and Gagan constellations. The indigenous production of these chipsets is very important for us to have self-reliance as regards sensors and those technologies which we see having a larger role in risk mitigation. Over to Colonel Villan, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. You heard the general talking about a foot soldier, a person on ground. I am also from infantry, a simple soldier on ground. I'll talk about a technology that will help a person like me to reach a person who's in need of succor during disaster. I'll also tell about a technology that will help us to analyze the existing situation and conditions and to predict how a disaster can happen and when it can happen. So that's my area of expertise. And we have been building this using our own Indian satellite constellation. So let me divide my talk into two parts. One will be talking about NAVIC, what it is, how it's formed, how does it work. Next is how can it be applied to disaster management in a very, very interesting manner. You heard about all of the speakers. They were talking to you about many solutions, many methods of dissemination, many methods of analysis, many methods of finding out a disaster, including about earthquake. Everything has to have accurate location to do the analysis, to analyze the data, and to give prediction. That's where is the importance of a satellite-based navigation system is required. India, we are using NAVIC. Just to bring everyone on the same platform, we all know about GPS, but apart from GPS, we have GLONASS, the Russian thing. We have the Indian one, NAVIC. All three has been accepted by the Indian community, by the international community, and they're fully functional. We have Chinese thing. They have declared themselves as functional. We have Galileo, which is the European system, still under implementation, and QZSS will come in time. Issues with GPS, most of you must be knowing it, just listed it out. There is no assurance. They can switch it off whenever they want. They did it in Kargil. They have done it many times. They are doing it in Ukraine war. Can happen anytime. So we need to have our own system. Precision, see, any system has to have accuracy, availability, reliability, and dependability, or what we call integrity in it, to be used by us for any of applications. Disaster management needs much better accuracies, everything at a better stage. GPS doesn't measure to that. Position issues with GPS are again told here. See, GPS was made for the temperate region, that to north temperate region. While making it in the 80s, they did studies in America. Later on in the 90s, when it was adopted by European Union, studies were done in European Union. Nothing was done in India. We just have been getting that equipment which has been perfected for that region. When we analyzed it way back in 2008, we found that it cannot be used, technologically not fit, because of our own ionospheric activity and all that. I have a slide. To overcome that, ISRO did about 15 years of research, and then has come up with a solution. This is another thing. If you see this, each dot here talks about a dedicated tower, which gives GPS error to people who are there in the cars, and then only they can do that turn-by-turn navigation. In India, Google has tried to replicate it using our cell towers, but it's not there. Many times you go along a overbridge, you find that Google telling you that other thing, left turn, you have to take below that. It happens because we do not have these towers. We need not have them if we use NAVIC. Because when we designed NAVIC, we were aware of all these issues. Okay, this, if you see this slide, yeah, see this slide. This is a study done by scientific paper, which is marked the position or availability of satellites over a 24-hour period of all constellations except our own constellation. We see wherever there's a dot, there's a loss of signal. This blue dot talks about 20 minutes. This dot talks about 3 hours. So for 3 hours, you cannot use GNSS or GPS. In this, if I use NAVIC, our area becomes white. Means we will have accurate coverage. So these are certain parts or certain information which I wanted to share with you. This is the performance of NAVIC. There is a center which we are operating, funded by DST in Ramayana Institute of Technology, where we keep seeing this performance day on day. And there's a dedicated research fellow who's there, who's analyzing this data and providing information to others. System is fully functional and very good to be used. This is the NAVIC coverage area. See, this 4 meters is what the system gives, not your equipment. Equivalent to that, the GPS, in GPS we have 2 frequencies. One is high precision, not given to us. One is low precision, given to everyone free of cost, can be switched off anytime. That gives you 300 meter in accuracy, plus minus 300 meters. It's not felt in America because the roads are wide. But whereas in us, 10 feet is a road. It's very difficult to locate. You call for a taxi, you still talk to the taxi guy to tell him to come to your gate. A delivery guy who comes to deliver a product still asks for your location. If things have been good, it should not be happening, no? Our system gives you 4 meter. From 4 meter, we can reduce it to less than a meter. That's possible, and that's what we provide to you. We give systems which gives you 1 meter accuracy. These are the advantages of Navik. We have this messaging service, which is being used by INCOIs to disseminate disaster information. Same information, if it could be disseminated, we heard about the DDG dot talking about 6 seconds or 10 seconds, 0.5 seconds is possible. With this system, we need to harness it. Advantage of Navik at national level. What is Navik for disaster management? It is the best suited GNSS for DM, for us all. So we need to accept it, or we need to harness it the way it's supposed to be. Solution, see, what happens is that, let me talk about 1 or 2 slides about what is required by people who are processing this case, the staff officers who are there, who are involved in this procurement and all that, should understand when we take a GPS solution, it comes from different vendors. The antenna comes from someone, chip comes from someone else integrates and gives it to you. That's because GPS industry is very big and very many players are there. In case of Navik, there are no players. We happen to be the only company which has got the entire system in place. So, and in addition to that, Navik being a new system, we need to provide a solution which integrates Navik at every stage. That was what done by Garmin, funded by American government. Garmin was funded, and they made a system which can be used in the armed forces. This is a system we need with Navik to get the accuracies and other advantages. This is a GNSS coverage. I wanted to show the slide is that when we plot all GNSS system, which I showed you in the first slide, India comes into the region of maximum coverage. Means we can use any system at our discretion, including Navik. So that's the way we have to go about. What I'm saying is that multi-GNSS is a trend today. We have to use more than one GNSS system in our solutions. For example, Navik has got its own coverage area. We use GPS, we use the Russian satellites. We should use the Chinese satellites also. That's a trend today, and it's possible because India is in this region. This is a scientific paper. Now, that's where our company is into. We started in IIT Kharagpur in the Technology Business Incubator in 2012, and then we have progressed. Me addressing you, I think it's a very good step, what we have achieved. We have all systems that you need, all hardware and software that you need to adopt Navik, not only in disaster management, in every other field also. We can give the system as an entire thing, or we can give a part of it which gets integrated to other existing systems. And for example, for a mobile phone, we can give you a thing which existing mobile phones can be upgraded to Navik. See, we heard about announcement by Apple saying that their Pro version will have 1.5 lakhs. How many of us are going to purchase it for Navik to be used there? What happens to billions of phones that are existing today? Or millions of phones at least? That's where we have a solution. See here, these are solutions we just want to show you. First is chip. We have our own stock of chips. We have our own production directly to the factory, linked to the chip manufacturing facility at Taiwan. We have around 12,500 chips stocked at us, and our aim is to stock as per the demand, keep at least equivalent to the demand amount held with you. Then we have clock. The general talked about timing. Navik timing is the best timing in the world. ISRO is maintaining a satellite, an atomic clock at Bangalore, which is the most stable in the world. that reference goes to Navig satellites and it gets disseminated. It's a beautiful instrument which can be used to coordinate the entire disaster management effort if we all adapt to Navig timing. And in case of GPS timing, we have to do calculations in terms of Navig time. You have one-step conversion to IST. That's easy for us. And so we have this timing circuit with you. This is the handheld device I was talking about. An adapter comes on top of it. We have our own app which harnesses the Android system and also the Navig system and gives you a good solution. This is a drone navigation unit. We launched it in the first drone mailer. This is a vehicle tracking system. Ministry of Road Transport has insisted that all vehicle tracking systems should be adopting Navig. So these are a simple set of equipment which I'm showing you which can be adopted directly. However,
you'll have to wind up in 1 minute.
Yes, sir. So this is all explanations which are there in these slides, which you can take from the organizers. With this, I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to talk to you about Navig and, of course, about the level in which our company is. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Colonel Whelan. Thank you very much. I can assure you this is just a trailer. Right? And I'm sure there is enough fascination in the audience and within the NDMA community particularly. We would definitely like to hear you in more detail sometime at the NDMA itself. What fascinated me was your eye for detail. The fact that the map of India shown in that map had the correct boundary of Jammu and Kashmir. And thank you for that, because we got an old Home Secretary sitting here who would have taken you to task otherwise. But thank you. That was really fascinating, that entire presentation. But we've had a set of great presentations. I know they're short of time, but in case someone has really got the bug in him to comment or maybe ask something, because there is a wealth of knowledge here. We may take 5 minutes to just come up with something. In case someone, yeah, please.
Sir, the question is to Roli. About the alarm system. My compliments to you for bringing it, but I think it is too soothing, too calm kind of thing. I think it has to be kind of an emergency siren which we do not confuse with the wake up alarm.
Thank you for that feedback. I think somebody else said it earlier. That's well noted. We'll see what we can do to give you maybe an option on, the sound.
The sounds.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that feedback.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment or even a
Sir, I have a question or rather suggestion
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
Oli. During the DND mode, you have a silent mode for alarm also. But in India, we can issue a gazette notification and bring in that during even DND mode also, if there is a severity of alert, then it should sound at the highest volume. Because the same thing we are going to do in cell broadcasting, where if there is an earthquake, even if mobile is silent or DND or whatever, it will ring at highest volume and it will vibrate also, and it will light also. All the three things will happen. So the same.
It will not be so soothing.
It is not soothing, yes. And it also speaks out that now there is an earthquake or there is some tsunami. So the alert is also speaking. So that is also possible.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah. Yes.
I have two suggestions, sir. Especially to the last mile in the villages where still people are not having access to these technologies. So if you can work out something for them. Second suggestion is that since we have multiple early warnings which are being generated, so like we have fire bell alarm, we should have distinguished sounds and we can notify it and make people practice for each alert how they are going to react. So that's all.
I know exactly what you got in mind. You are a lightning expert, and obviously you got lightning in your mind. And just for the audience, the issue is in rural areas. Lightning is killing many thousands in India. And the problem is that you may be able to give an alert, but the mobile phone is not usually kept by a farmer in his pocket. while he's doing sowing or reaping. He normally keeps it aside. It's a very valuable piece of equipment. So how do you get his attention? If you're giving him a 45-second alert of a possible lightning strike in that area, how do you give him an alert? That is something even for Google and everyone else to possibly look at. Different tunes, different ways of loud public address systems, something like that which will have to be worked out for it. But thank you. It was very good. And it just shows that in India itself, and all this is happening in India, no one has come from outside to tell us all this. This is all happening here locally. We are on the march. One of the points in the 10-point agenda of the Honorable Prime Minister is the exploitation of technology. Just remember that. This is a very important thing which is being worked out here in the disaster management community, not in NDMA alone, in the disaster management community of India. Thank you very much for your time. And my compliments to everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. May I request esteemed panel to kindly come together for a group photograph, sir.
Please.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for those wonderful presentations we had from all our eminent speakers. I would request everybody to kindly remain seated as we straight away move to the valedictory session. I would also request General Hasnain to kindly remain seated on the stage, sir, as you also part of the valedictory session. Thank you very much indeed, sir, if it's not a problem. I'm inviting, sir, we will be inviting other dignitaries also. Just taking a moment to set up the stage, sir. So for the valedictory session, I would like to invite Shri Kamal Kishorji, member and HOD.
Formalized system to hona chahiye. Formalized system hona chahiye. Formalized system hona chahiye.
I invite Shri Kamal Kishorji, member and HOD NDMA. I invite Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, member NDMA. Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain is already there on the dais with us, member NDMA. I invite Shri Krishna S. Vatsa, member NDMA, and Shri Alok, additional secretary. May I request everybody to kindly be seated? Can we have some more order inside the hall as we are ready to move ahead with the proceedings of the valedictory session? अब हम शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं आज के आयोजन के समापन सत्र की। आप सभी से निवेदन है कृपया अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the valedictory address, please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain Ji, member NDMA. Over to you, sir, for the valedictory address.
You know, there's a thing called bad pennies. Bad pennies always keep coming back. So I am exactly that, a bad penny. I'll keep coming back to you until you're fed up of me. I promise, although there are no clocks here, but the atomic clocks which were being spoken about, very accurate, I shall be absolutely accurate and won't spend more than the time allotted to me. So this is a formal valedictory address. And my pleasure and honor, absolutely. Thank you so much for giving me this time and opportunity. The honorable members of the NDMA, the honorable former members of the NDMA who are here, also in reasonable strength, dignitaries from various ministries and departments of the Government of India, representatives from the states and the union territories, very important people for us, all our other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are, I would say, at one of those times when one can stand up or put up one's hand and proudly claim that we are a part of a disaster management community of India, the disaster management community of India. Not many professions can display the sense of utter satisfaction amounting to what I would call a delusionary self-esteem as the disaster management community of India today. It's happened and we have arrived. I say this because disaster management in India really has arrived and has proven it in the recent past, particularly during and after the pandemic. So as I stand before you to speak, I wish to compliment you all for your steadfastness and sense of purpose that you have constantly displayed. And this message goes out to the entire community, which includes all the states, all the players, stakeholders who are with us in this. An organization which has the Honorable Prime Minister of India as its chairman and the Honorable Home Minister of India as its guiding light can hardly afford to sit on its haunches. It has only to surge forward, and that is exactly what this community is seeking to do. So as we take stock of our achievements and highlight the challenges we have faced in the last few years, I cannot but acknowledge the great contribution of the founders, some of them who are here sitting with us, the founders who were the original members of the NDMA, the staff who labored to set up all the basics, the edifice of all this on which today rests the NDMA. Our compliments to all of you. Despite various challenges, the NDMA continues with its initiatives. For us, the guiding agenda remains the Honorable Prime Minister's 10-point program, which was conceived in 2016 at the Asian Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Resilience, which is today like a mantra in the disaster management world, and of which every disaster management should know verbatim. To cut this short, if I may say, I would only like to give you a few reminders. Remember, this whole process started way back in 1999, got more serious in 2001, 1999 with the Odisha super cyclone, with the Gujarat earthquake in 2001, and of course, with the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. These were the triggers which set off this entire transformational change in the domain of disaster management in India. Now this is the bread and butter, all these aspects of the disaster cycle, which are so important: prevention, preparedness, mitigation, response, recovery, build back better. All this came up much, much later. Earlier, before 1999, it was just a question of a response and nothing else. Mostly we waited for a disaster to happen, went to count the casualties, give some kind of an aid to the people, and that is about all. Today, it's a revolution which has taken place, and we are all aware of it. It's important to outline just a few achievements for ourselves. I think mitigation, of which we spoke in the first session a lot, that has received a very huge impetus. The 15th Finance Commission has dedicated funds for mitigation at national and state level. This has enabled us to plan and pursue mitigation projects which we could not do in the past. What you just heard about the National Landslide Risk Mitigation Project is only possible because of this development, the allocation of this amount of money, and hopefully the 16th Finance Commission will similarly look at this entire thing. The technical sessions today, the first one, of course, on the risk mitigation program, and then subsequently the one which I chaired, really were revealing and showed us that it is technology taken out from the 10-point agenda that is making a huge difference, a revolution virtually in disaster management affairs in India. G20, very, very important aspect. The contribution of this community within G20, two aspects which I would like to emphasize upon. The first, the fact that there were 12 working groups till Bali, and the 13th working group got added here. We had 3 of these sessions in Gandhinagar, Mumbai, Chennai, it completely fully guided by our head of department. And the 5 core issues which were covered in these meetings that is important for you to know. The universal coverage of early warning systems, same thing which you were emphasizing here in the technical session. Disaster and climate resilient infrastructure, disaster recovery, rehabilitation and reconstruction, financing frameworks for disaster risk resilience, and the last, nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches in disaster management. And actually a consensus communique was issued out at the end of the meeting in Chennai, something which was not very easy to achieve. On technology, early warning is something which is receiving a tremendous amount of focus and emphasis. I will not emphasize on it. A lot has been spoken in the technical session, but just to remind you, 32 million messages were generated during Cyclone Biparjoy, leading to a situation where we had 0 fatalities after the 10,000 plus fatalities that we suffered in 1999. There are lots of other technologies, of course, a lot of startups and things like that. Towards the end, some live situations of the recent past. The second aspect of G20, which I need to emphasize, is that not many people may be aware, but the disaster management community actually gave a CBRN coverage to the entire G20 summit. A tremendous amount of effort and coordination went into it. Almost 20 stakeholders, different agencies came together, coordinated by the NDMA. And that was something which was very, very good. We've also gone into the domain of forest fires, something which has not been there in the past. This is for our old members to also take note of. We have had incidents, just outlining them for you. Operation Dost, which was spoken about in Turkey and Syria. The Mobi cable bridge accident, Joshimath subsistence, the Ludhiana gas incident, the Balasore train accident, the Raigad mudslide, of which we had an outstanding presentation today, incidents on the Char Dham Yatra, and the Uttarakhand and the Himachal floods, where we had some excellent presentations again. Each required a unique kind of a response to which the disaster management community has risen as one and demonstrated its will to ensure a completely professional approach to save lives, material, and livelihoods. So in the end, the final word is on the Subhash Chandra Bose Aapda Prabandhan Puruskar, instituted by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. We have some proud winners who were sitting with us just a short while ago. It's my privilege to announce that the awards process for 2024 is yet open till 30th of September this month, another 3 days. Do remember, this award carries a citation of recognition and a cash award of 50 lakhs if won by an institution, and 5 lakhs if won by an individual. Up to 3 awards of any category can be allotted each year under a jury which is appointed at the highest level. Thank you very much for your time and this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Shri Alok, Additional Secretary, NDMA, to kindly propose the vote of thanks and formally close the proceedings of today's celebrations of 19th Formation Day of NDMA.
Respected Shri Kamal Kishore ji, Member and HOD NDMA, respected Shri Rajendra Singh ji, respected Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hassanan sir, respected Shri Krishna Vazzi, respected former members of the NDMA, representatives from ministry, representatives from various state disaster management authorities, subject matter experts, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. This is really a momentous occasion for National Disaster Management Authority, especially as we have made strides at a global arena in the field of disaster risk reduction. Personally, I feel proud to be a integral part of National Disaster Management Authority, not only because our subject is pious, but we are also working with communities and each and every department in each and every private institution of this country. We are dedicated towards strengthening the institution to make the country resilient towards all kinds of disasters for the last 18 years, and we are also creating new landmarks. NDMA has not only become capable to deal with the disaster, it has also capacitated the whole country as well. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the disaster risk reduction community in India, as our country has not only become self-dependent in the field of disaster management, but has also emerged as one of the global leaders in disaster management by extending help to other countries to deal with disaster situation. The approach to deal with disasters in India and also in the rest of the world had been limited to response and relief, but with time, need was felt for changing this approach, and there has been paradigm shift from response and relief to preparedness and mitigation. Disaster mitigation can prevent any disaster to happen or to minimize its impact. Thus, we had this year the apt theme of Vision of Disaster Mitigation. The paradigm shift would not have been possible without constant support from the Ministry of Home Affairs. We express our gratitude to the ministry. This House is equally thankful to our today's chief guest of the day, Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, Honorable Sri Suman Beriji, who spared his valuable time and shared his thoughts on the subject and has stood by the dynamic agenda of DRR. There has been thorough discussion by the experts today, and many recommendations with far-reaching impacts have emerged, which will be considered for implementation by NDMA after due deliberation. I thank our experts and participants who have brought about a confluence of academia and on the grounds recommendation. I thank participants and representatives from various ministries, departments, institutions of central and state governments in this program who have made valuable contribution during these technical sessions with their experience and views and made them more effective. I thank officers, consultants, and staff of NDMA also who worked tirelessly for past 1 month to make the program successful. I thank our friends from media who are our aid to outreach and to take this critical subject through Jan Bhagidari. Last but not the least, I thank the management of the Vigyan Bhavan for extending their full support and cooperation towards the success of this event. Once again, I thank one and all. Jai Hind, Dhanyavad.
I'm so sorry, coming back again like a bad penny, but important thing I forgot. It just slipped from my memory. You've seen in front of you a magazine, just there. Please pick up a copy. This is the first time you're finding a special issue on disaster management in India, right? It's a glossy magazine, a very, very high-profile defense affairs magazine. The person who's enabled it is sitting here. Colonel Ashwini Sharma, will you please stand up and show yourself? Please give him a hand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, once again, taking this opportunity to thank each one of you for your participation in making this event a huge success that it was, we close the proceedings of the celebration of the 19th Formation Day of NDMA. Once again, thanking all of you and inviting you to kindly join us for lunch, served again on the ground floor at the atrium. Thank you very much indeed. Have a wonderful day ahead. Safe drive home. Good afternoon and namaskar.